One Composites, and Patriot Landscaping.
Yeah, we did lose.
And special thanks to SRL Graphics and Design, who take all the photos out here and all the ones you see posted on the Coles County Speedway Facebook page.
Yeah, last week, if you checked it on Facebook, didn't race last week here at Coles County Speedway. We did lose a couple of sponsor banners. I do remember one of those being Victory Fuel, which we do stock Victory Fuel down at the concession stand down in on the north end of the facility. Go ahead and check that out. Always very good drink, very good food, and other products down there as well.
And don't forget, just north of the concession stand is our Coles County Speedway merchandise shed. We have all kinds of neat things down there. Got cups and koozies and hats and T-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, all that kind of stuff. Go down there and take a look sometime. It's some really nice products.
Going down into Turn 1, you'll see the 31 of Dan Ingram out of Indianapolis, Indiana. The fourth place car in points, 232 points back. Not going to be able to compete in this championship at all. Y'all see Trace Mailer out there from Oblong, Illinois, heading down to Turn 1 in that orange number 55. That will make up the first group for the qualifying and hot lap session. Only 3 cars, it looks like, per group. Might be waiting on an extra car, make it 4. So it sounds like we do, in fact, have 2 more cars that have to join this group before we can send this group underway for their green flag qualifying and hot lap session. So it'd be 2 groups of 5 is the preferred. Right now only showing 3 cars out on track. See the track crew back there in the pit area scrambling, trying to get an extra car out there, it looks like. We're going to make this at least 4 cars out of this first group. Looks like we'll actually have 5 cars coming out. As both, I see 2 cars being pushed back out there. You see the first one out there going to be the red 25V, Brent Morley out of Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Second car out is going to be the 4, Scott Hermanson from Rensselaer, Indiana. The third place driver in points, 177.5 points back of the point leader, Scott Plew, in that number 11 machine.
The only car that has not fired yet tonight to get engine heat is this number 4 car, so I have to give him a few laps to warm up.
So word from race control, we are going to have to give him a few laps to get some engine heat built up in that number 4 of Scott Hermanson's car. As everybody's going to come through, they're going to come back through the timing lines, making sure everybody's going to be picked up here. So far, only seeing Brent Morley and Scott Hermanson being picked up. At least on our scoring monitors, I'm looking over, I can definitely see all the cars on race control's monitor being picked up. So unfortunately, another issue for us with the scoring on the My Race Pass end of it. We'll definitely expect that 11 of Scott Plew out of Hudsonville, Illinois to be at least up there in the top 3 at the conclusion of this qualifying session.
And the drivers right now are taking a little bit of extra time here to get the track worked in, get it all packed out, and make it good and fast. They'll give them a couple more laps of that, and then we should be underway.
We'll see who our flagman John Shipman will choose as the control car. Would expect him to be looking for that number 4. Was the last car out trying to build some engine heat, looking for a thumbs up from him. And it looks like maybe not going to get it this time. Going to go around one more time. Going to come around looking for a thumbs up from all the drivers. Looks like he gets one from the driver of the 55, Trace Mailer. Also got one from Scott Plew. Brent Morley also giving the thumbs up. Looks like Dan Ingram going to come around. He looks ready. Come back around looking for the thumbs up from driver of that number 4, Scott Hermanson. He gives it. We're looking like we're ready to go green on qualifying. Race control looks like said they are ready for it. It'll be a green-white checker. 3 laps for these drivers. 2 of them will be scored. As they're going to come around. It's like one more time. Looking like control car might be the 55 of Trace Miller. So race control's talking about this. Sounds like the 4, Scott Hermanson, not actually supposed to be out here in this group, but it looks like they're going to let him go with it anyways. All right, flagman John Shipman's going to give control to the number 55 of Trace Mailer, I do believe. And here he comes. That's the start line, and green flag's going to come around. Into the air it goes for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car qualifying session number 1. Still only seeing 2 cars on our scoring monitors being shown. That would be the 25B and the 4. Respectively, of course, got to look out there, look for one of those cars. Brent Morley sideways off turn number 4 in that 25B machine. Trying to get that car wrestled back under control. He just about does it. White flag's in the air. Right away, you're going to see where Scott Hermanson and Brent Morley come across the line. Brent Morley is faster than Scott Hermanson, still not showing any of the other cars on our scoring monitor. Scott Hermanson going up over the berm in turn 4. Not going to bring out the caution, but the checkered flag will fly on this qualifying session. And that will end the first qualifying session of the night here at Coles County Speedway for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars.
The cone.
So hopefully we can get the scoring monitor issue sorted out before the second group can come out. I do see that the results are on the scoring tower beside us. Can't quite read it from where I'm standing though, unfortunately. But would definitely expect that 31 and the 11 both being definitely one of the 2 fastest cars out of that group. So half the cars have taken a time so far. And coming out on the track, going to be that second group being led out by, I believe, is the 2. Looks like that is of Donnie Gentry out of Henderson, Kentucky. Right behind him will be the man that second place in points. That 72 machine of Jarrett Thomas out of Paxton, Illinois. Jarrett Thomas going to go right on past him out to the point. Also, they're going to be the 2T of Steve Thomas from Ludlow, Illinois, making his way out onto the racetrack.
We got 2 twos.
Mike Fisher out of Terre Haute, Indiana, and the 8 machine also out there, along with the 5 of Gary Cummins from Lebanon, Indiana, making up this second group. Of course, this series being made up of chassis that were built in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So a lot of old historic race cars out here on the racetrack. Once again, these cars love being raced. These drivers love racing them. So it looks like these drivers are going to be picked up by the timing line. Looks like almost all of them will. Seeing 7 cars on our monitor now. And of course, including the 2 of Brent Morley and Scott Hermanson out of Group 1. So it looks like my race pass going to cooperate with us here for Group 2. As it looks like everybody gets fired just fine. Going to give them a few laps, build some engine heat, before you can send them green on their qualifying session. Man to watch going to be that 72 of Jarrett Thomas in this qualifying session. He's going to find himself a little bit of a couple car lengths away from the car out in front of him. Definitely enough distance to create some good lap times, at least on one of his 2 laps. He's going to be right behind the 2T of Steve Thomas from Ludlow, Illinois. As they come off turn number 4, Jarrett Thomas trying to create a little bit more space between him and that car in front of him. Once again, our flagman John Shipman going to be looking for the thumbs up from these drivers. Not going to get it from the 5. Looking back through the rest of the field, looks like he got it from 1, got it from 2 drivers. So 2 out of 3 so far with thumbs up. Looking for a thumbs up from Jared Thomas now. He'll give it. So likely will come around. Will likely be 2 to green when the 5 comes back around. So they're going to come back around, looks like maybe 2 more times around the racetrack. Look like the 8 of Mike Fisher Jr. going to be the car looking for a thumbs up. And it looks like they will get it. Control's going to go to the 5 car over on the backstretch off of turn number 2. Here we go. Drivers are getting waved around, and right away, here we come to the green. Green flags in the air on the second hot lap of qualifying session. Down into turn 1 they go. Watch that 72 with Jared Thomas up off turn 4, back into 1. He's keeping a little bit higher up on the racetrack than he normally does here at Coles County Speedway, up out of middle part of the groove. A couple of the drivers keeping it right around the bottom of the racetrack, right by that berm. Honestly, the line looks like it might be right around the middle of the racetrack tonight. So far we've seen out of these Midwest Throwback Sprint cars. Come across the line to complete the qualifying session. Gary Cummins tops of the charts. See if Jared Thomas can knock him off as he comes off turn 4. No, he can, but Gary Cummins and that number 5 machine going to go to the top of the charts here for the qualifying session for the Midwest Throwback Sprint cars. Steve Thomas second, Donnie Gentry third out of this group. Coming up next, going to be the Outlaw Wing class for their hot lap session. Only 4 entries out of the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing cars tonight. Harrison Robart's the car that's second in points out of Darting Prairie, Missouri in the 11R. Don't think he can claim enough points to take the championship tonight. I do believe the championship will go to Cole Tinsley out of Bonnetary, Missouri. 132.5 points ahead of Harrison. You can see him rolling back there. It looks like the 40 of Devin Feger going to be the car that'll be coming out first out of East Peoria, Illinois, showing as the number 27 on our scoring monitors, but he is in the number 40 machine tonight. Right behind him will be the 00 of Brendan Healy out of Marshall, Illinois, along with the 17 of Molly Day from East Peoria, Illinois. Should be one more car to this group. It should be the man who's second in points, Harrison Robards. Looks like he's not going to join him, though. And they're going to come around looking for the green flag on their hot lap session. And green flags in the air for the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wings. Down into turns 1 and 2. Molly Day right around the bottom of the racetrack. 2 cars in front of her going back towards the middle part. White flags in the air. See if Molly Days goes down here in turns 1 and 2. She stays up there at about the middle part of the racetrack as they come around to the checkered flag. Devin Feger across the line. A little bit of an issue with my race pass with the scoring. Do see that scoring is picking them up, though, over there on the scoring monitor next to us. So checkered flag in the air for the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing class tonight. It was their one and done hot lap session. Coming up next, going to be the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints. Going to have 2 heat races for them tonight for their 10 entries, so we should have 2 groups coming out onto the racetrack. And of course, championships already locked up out of this class tonight. It's going to go to Jasper Hellman in the J16 out of Ashmore, Illinois, who's clear with the points lead by over 500 points over Madison Meany and Xander LaRose, who are second and third respectively. Leading them out to the racetracks, that 2V of Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois. Another car out there looks like it'll be the 14V of Colton Vogel out of Buffalo, Illinois, as they come around to the green flag. Also out there going to be the 81N of Nolan Leone from Mahomet, Illinois. Also out there, the 18 of Eli Newton from Farmerburg, Illinois. Excuse me, Indiana. Also out there going to be the 6 of Cruz Parsons from Park Hills, Missouri, making up this first group for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Hot Lap session. Mason Vincent looking pretty quick out there tonight, already getting right to the back bumper of the 14 as they come across to the checker flag. Sticks right in line behind him, not going to risk any equipment. Everybody else got a little bit too spread out to really see their true pace out here. Goten Vogel definitely got cheesed down rather quickly there by Mason Vincent, who looks like he might be trying to chase, I believe it'd be his first feature win here at Coles County Speedway. Yes, it would be. His previous best finish was second on May 11th. Second group of the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints coming out on the racetrack, being led out by the 1P Paxton Belchick out of Alton, Illinois. Also, they're going to be the 1Z of Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri. And there's your track champion in the J16, Jasper Hellman, as he comes off of turn number 2 out of Ashmore, Illinois. Scoreboard is going to light up as they come around to the green flag. Also out there going to be the 25B of Case Barnard out of Dawson, Illinois, right behind that 12, or the J16, excuse me. Also out there going to be the 10 of Madison Meany out of Terre Haute, Indiana, along with the 12. It looks like, looking for that car on our scoring monitors, not seeing it. As it comes across the line, looked like some sort of issue for that 12R machine. Across the line comes the field, still having an issue with our scoring monitors. Looks like this issue might be on my race pass's end. It's not with our timing lines here at Coles County Speedway. I can definitely see the scoring lines picking them up. It's definitely an issue with my race pass over there. Servers must be down or something on the my race pass end.
And race fans, don't forget that next week will be our final event of the year. It's the now annual Coles County Halloween Clash. We will be racing Friday and Saturday night. There'll be expanded payouts for the clash. There should be a lot of cars here. It should be a really good show. And along with everything else, we're going to have a trunk or treat, a costume contest, a bounce house, and face painting. Be sure to come out Friday and Saturday night next week here at Coles County Speedway for our final event of the year.
Should be an exciting event. Definitely don't want to miss that one either night. A couple drivers will lock into the features on Friday night out of each class. So definitely something to watch out for. We've had quite a few great events. It's great to end the year on another one. Coming up next is going to be the King Chassis D2 Midgets. Have a point race here as well, but it should be locked up at the start of the heat race. As Dominic Bruns from Champaign, Illinois leads the points over Brandon Smith by 35. Brandon Smith, I don't believe is here tonight. Nope, I don't see him on the entry list. So Dominic Bruns out of Champaign, Illinois, going to be the track champion as he has 167 points clear of Alex Midkiff in third out of Belleville, Illinois. So once again, just like with the Midwest Throwback Sprint cars, going to have give these cars a few laps to build some engine heat once they get out here. And then we can send them green on their hot lap session. 10 entries out of this class tonight, equaling 2 heat races later on. So we should have 2 groups of 5 coming out for these King Chassis D2 Midgets. Our flagman John Shipman's waving them onto the racetrack, trying to see who's going to get pushed out first. And it looks to be the 4M of Michael Magic out of Winder, Georgia, in that number 4 machine.
And he'll be followed by the number 35 of Lucas Lemons from Moraine, Ohio.
Also out there, the 11T, I believe, of Bryce Mazengill from Troy, Ohio, in that orange car. Also out there seeing the 12B, I believe that is. No, it is actually the 12C tonight. Dominic Bruns out of Champaign, Illinois. The other 12 car isn't running, even though I do believe that does have a B on it. It's typically Patrick Bruns' car, I believe. I can't quite see what that last car out here out of this group is. That looks to be the 97 of Jim Jones out of Ventura, California. So the 5 cars hitting the racetrack for their first hot lap session of the night for the King Chassis D2 midgets. Of course, like I said earlier, going to have to give these drivers a few laps to build some engine heat before we can unleash these cars out on the racetrack. Seems like the middle groove might be the line tonight. Bottom not quite really running where anybody's wanted it to run so far tonight. Everybody's moved up at a lane or so. Right up to about that middle part of the racetrack. Going to see if that high side groove starts to come in, as the Coles Cush should have a big effect later on tonight in the features. Once again, our flagman, John Shipman, looking for the thumbs up from these drivers. I don't think he's going to get it from a single one on this pass. Well, he did get it from one. I saw the 35 just about put his thumb up there. Oh, you know what? He's going to say we're going to go green anyways, as they're going to come around off through turns 3 and 4. We're green flags in the air on the King Chassis D2 Midget Hot Lap session. Got about half a car length off the bottom of the racetrack over in turns 3 and 4. The 35, the only car down on the bottom, has come back around to the white flag. They should be picking up the timing line this time. I think they did. Still an issue with my race pass, so it looks like. Not quite seeing live scoring there. But you can look out on the racetrack, see who's quick. That 4 looks quick. The 11T looks quick as well. They're not really getting that far separated. That 97 machine sliding a little bit too far that Jim Jones is not a big fan of, as they come across to the checkered flag to complete the first hot lap session for these King Chassis D2 midgets. So definitely a lot to watch out for in the heat races later tonight. That 97, going to have to get that car under control. Definitely gets into the corner, or at least over there in 3, and that car just slides through there. Cannot get that car to turn down on the bottom. Going to maybe have a lot of work for Jim Jones when he gets back to the pit area. So coming up, we're going to have a second group of the King Chassis D2 midgets, who will make their way out onto the racetrack. Our flagman John's going to wave them on. And we're going to take a look at who's going to get pushed out first. No, that's the 12C of Dominic Bruns. That was Patrick Bruns, not shown on our entry list, I do believe. Also out there going to be the 44 JB of Jacob Boxell. Also joining him out there are going to be the 7M of Cole Morgan out of Brooksville, Ohio. Also out there going to be the 11L of Buddy Hallmeyer out of Cincinnati, Ohio.
5.
Along with the, no, that would be the 5 of Cole Sink out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, the last car out here. So I do believe either Patrick Bruns is in one of these cars, or our track owner Brian Reck was in the 12B, I believe, out of Lake St. Louis, Missouri in the first group. I don't really know here. This 12C was the first car out, I believe. Now I do believe this might be Brian Reck in the car in the 12B, showing as only the 12 on our entry list. So it looks like an issue sorted out for the 12C. That I do believe that is Dominic Bruns out of Champaign, Illinois. As either Dominic Bruns or Brian Reck. I do believe that's Dominic, as he is normally driving the 12C machine. Once again, our flagman John Shipman looking for the thumbs up from all these drivers to make sure they build enough engine heat. Okay, so we just got word our track owner Brian Reck was in the last group in the 12B. The 12C currently on track. I believe it's still on track. Yes, it is over there in turn 3.
The one
Couldn't
on the
see
back. Yes, the one they're trying to get started.
Oh, tough break there for the championship leader and most likely track champion Dominic Bruns.
Oh, this is the heat race.
So the track crew still trying to get that 12C of Dominic Bruns fired, as they're also trying to sort out the issue with my race pass not for some reason taking the running order from the actual timing lines. And unfortunately, the issue is going to be terminal here in the hot lap session for Dominic. He brings that one back to the pit area. As he gets it back to the pit area, tracks is going to go green as he pulls off. Caution lights extinguished, still waiting on the green. They're going to come around. Green flags in the air on the second hot lap session for the King Chassis D2. They just down into turn 1, they charge. And just like that first group, a lot of these guys stand up around the middle of the racetrack. One car really sideways getting down there into turn 1. That'd be the 5M of Cole Sink. His car looks a little bit ill handling up there on the top of the racetrack. He can't get that car inside the racetrack. That car is all over the place. Not something the car behind him's wanting to see. He finally will squeeze by him without issue. But man, tough break for that 5-second car we've seen tonight that's had some significant handling issues out here on the first running of their racetrack. So across the line they come. Still no live scoring on my race pass, so don't quite see the results there. I do see the timing and scoring lights are picking it up, though, so that's a good thing. Restrictors. Coming up next is going to be the restricted micros for their hot lap session. The Patriot Landscaping restricted micros. Gonna have 9 entries equaling 2 heat races for them tonight. One car needing help getting a push off the racetrack, it sounds like. Would be the 7M. I needed a little bit of assistance getting off the racetrack down into the pit area. That was Cole Morgan out of Burkeville, Ohio. So out onto the racetrack comes the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros. Should have 5 or 4 out of this first group. Being led out by the 17, Nicole Jones from Streeter, Illinois. And right behind him will be the 2V, Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois. I believe making his restrictor debut here at Coles County Speedway. I don't believe he's run a restrictor car here before. Also out there going to be the 29 of Forrest Holder from Maryland Heights, Missouri, as they come around to the green flag right away. Also out there going to be the 71M of Lydia May from Terre Haute, Indiana. She had a very tough week last time she was out here. No, excuse me, that's the 79H of Kinzer Holloway. Looks like Lydia May going to be out in the second group. Also out there is the 14H, I believe, of Wyatt Mortz from Labatt, Missouri. As across the line they come through the checkered flag. Seeing my race pass, still not picking them up. I can see that it is scoring laps, but it's not picking up the cars, which is a weird one. I don't think we've had that issue before. We're scoring the laps, but not picking up the cars. So they're still trying to get that issue diagnosed over in the scoring tower so we can try to get some live scoring to you drivers and crew, even the fans down here in the pit or really anywhere on the racetrack, even back at home if you're tuning in on WFO TV. So the second group of the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro should be coming out here very shortly as this first group gets off the racetrack. We'll wait to see who gets the first car to be pulled out.
Should be the 14E.
Looks like maybe an issue. They're sorting out down there in the pit area real quick near the track entrance, and up here they'll come. Looks like the 14E of Emerson Kinzer out of Arlington, Illinois, going to be actually the third car out. Looked like she may have been the first. But leading them out is going to be the 71M of Lydia May from Terre Haute, Indiana. Flipped twice the last time she was here. Looking to have a little bit of a better result than that this time. Also out there going to be the 1K, Mackenzie Dowler out of Springfield, Illinois. Also out there going to be the 11R of Riley Bonowitz out of Oakland, Illinois. I believe making only her second start in a race car ever here at Coles County Speedway. Green flags in the air here on session number 2 for the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros. You see across the line, sub 11-second range for that 71M of Lydia May. Fastest car by far if you're looking out there on the scoreboard. So across the line she comes again. She's going to go sub 11 that time as she closed in on Riley Bonowitz in front of her. But Lydia May was definitely the fastest out of that session. Just happened to look up on the scoreboard and see her come across the line. So that will do it for the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros. Coming up next, going to be the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros. 11 entries out of this class tonight, so should have 6 cars in Group 1, 5 in Group 2. And just like we said before in other classes, I believe this class is all but locked up for Nolan Bartley out of Hammond, Illinois, as he is 142 points clear of Cameron Romack, who's on the racetrack, second car out in that number 4 R machine out of Ashmore, Illinois. Also out there going to be the 12, Dawson Wright from Terre Haute, Indiana. Also out there the 42J of John Jackson III out of Mooresville, Indiana. Rolling off of through turns 3 and 4, maybe with an issue slowing up at the top of turn 4. Also out there going to be the 1X of Seth Buell out of Charleston, Illinois, as they're starting to wave the field through to the green flag. A couple of these drivers not getting the memo. One pulling down to the infield, unfortunately. Tough break for them. Another car slow headed down to turn 1. And 2 cars with issues to start us off here. That's Steven Jackson for Mooresville, Indiana, as well with the issue off turn 2. Caution's going to come out. Seth Buell goes for a spin down over in turn 2, stuck up on the berm. Number 14 still trying to diagnose his issue as he rolls off turn 4. This time Steven Jackson trying to get that car rolling. Looks like maybe John Jackson III trying to give him some pointers here to get that car sorted out. He's pulled up alongside that number 14. Track crew still working on getting Seth Buell's car pushed off the berm and refired.
Not really sure what happened to that. The car of Seth Buell, he was going through 1 and 2, everything looked good, and all of a sudden the car just turned and ran up on the berm. So I don't know if something broke on that car, something in the steering or what, but it looks like he was trying to turn and the car did not cooperate, so we'll see here.
He'll get refired. He doesn't make the hard left-hand turn, it looks like. He's staying out there. So maybe the car just broke loose on him, went around for a little harmless spin over in turn 2. It looks like everybody else is going to be able to get sorted back out. Of course, except for the one car that was pushed into the infield under their own power. It'd be the 19X of Joe Hitchcock from Bloomington, Indiana. Did not turn a single lap of that 19X machine. He's going to be pushed right back to the pit area before we can get the green flag. All right, so the caution lights will extinguish. Green light back on the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Hot Lap session number 1. He's going to see who's got some speed. That 14 still not really showing a lot of pace. Maybe a brand new driver, that number 14. for Steven Jackson, trying to figure it out. Figure out what his car could do. That's what it looks like, trying to figure out corner exit before he can figure out corner entry. As white flag coming around in the air this time. Everybody right around that middle part of the racetrack, though, is what it really looks like so far. As checkered flag coming in the air. Didn't see any sub 11 second lap times there. Saw one close, but didn't see a single one. As a checkered flag falls here on the Vision 1 Composite 9-wing Micro Hot Lap Session 1. So 6 cars in the track, 5 turned at time so far. It looks like track crew looking over a spot on the racetrack. So they got that sorted out down there. Maybe it may have been a rut down there in the middle of 3 or 4. So second group going to be coming out for the Vision 1 Composite 9-wing Micros. Going to see who's going to be the first car out. Looks like that might be the 7F of Nolan Bartley. Yes, it is. The number 7F machine of Nolan Bartley out of Hammond, Illinois. Most likely to be your champion at the end of the night in the Vision 1 Composite 9-wing Micro class. Also out there going to be the 4 Wyatt Walters from Ashmore, Illinois. Also out there going to be the 3 Drew Sherman out of Phoenix, Arizona. Also out there going to be the 47C of Clay Frederick out of St. Joseph, Illinois, as they come around to the green flag. Last car out on the racetrack going to be Lucas Easton from Tuscola, Illinois, and that number 0 heading down into turn 1 off turn 2. White flags in the air, though. See who's going to go sub 11 if they can through the first lap. Clay Frederick and Sherman coming together off turn 4. Nobody able to really put in a sub 11 second lap time so far, but Wyatt Walters was the fastest on lap number 1. He'll just about be faster on lap number 2 than the car ahead of him, and no one else is faster than him. So Wyatt Walters takes quick time here on the second hot lap session. Just about a thousandth of a second faster than the car in front of him on lap 2. Not sure if he beat his first time or not. I don't think he did. So that will do it for the Vision 1 Composite 9-wing Micros. 1 class to go, and that's the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing. Got 9 entries tonight. Going to have to make a driver swap, so Lucas Easton, who just drove in this class, going to have to quickly get the wing on or swap cars. So he'll likely come out in Group 2. And it looks like by the heat race list I see next to me, it looks like he is in fact going to be in Group 2. But coming out on the racetrack, leading him out, Tyler Taylor in that 88T from Danville, Illinois. Behind him will be the 21V of Danny Vicino out of Terre Haute, Indiana, who I believe has locked up this championship as well just by firing his engine tonight. Green flag in the air, though. Oh, the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing Hot Lap Session number 1. Also out there, Cameron Jacobs in the 55J. Just showing his J on on the scoring monitors out of Chatham, Illinois. Also out there going to be the 10M of McKenzie Meany out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Also being joined by the 07C Audrey Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana. Checkered flag going to fly here on the conclusion of lap number 2. Saw almost a sub 11 second time. You will see a sub 11 second time at 10.6 being thrown down by Danny Vicino on that second lap. What a great lap time that was for the 21V. It's going to be tough to knock off regardless of what this second group can do. I think that might be the fastest we've seen that 21V car go really all year. No feature wins for that 21V so far out of this class over the year, but maybe looking at feature win number 1 while he claims the championship by over 200 points tonight. And second group coming out onto the racetrack. Nope, it's actually going to be one of the D2 midgets. It's going to be the 12C. Going to try to make a quick lap here. Make sure they get their issue resolved. Be Dominic Bruns in the 12C. Going to quickly take a lap here. You can see his teammate for tonight, Brian Reck in the Gator, pushing him out there. So Dominic Bruns out of Champaign, Illinois. Going to make a very quick session here. So you got that car fired, and it slows again through turns 3 and 4. I'm not sure that engine stayed fired. Yeah, it looks like that car's going to roll to a stop off the exit of turn 4. And it will not, in fact, stay fired. So the issue not solved for the 12C. They're going to give it one more go, it looks like. Gonna try one more lap for that number 12C machine. Okay, the engine did fire there, but we'll see if it can stay fired. And nope, looks like it died again. So a tough break for the points leader, Dominic Bruns, who should, regardless, take the championship tonight out of the ETU midgets. He's got a 167-point cushion over Alex Midkiff. The next closest guy is Lucas Easton. I don't believe he started tonight either. I don't believe any of these drivers else in this field tonight can get to him as he pulls that 12C off the racetrack. Okay, now it's time for the A-Class wing cars to hit the track. Strong Elevator A-Class wings being let out by the 10B of Brandon Pfeiffer out of Livingston, Illinois. Behind him will be the 11R, I believe that's Harrison Robards out of Darling Prairie, Missouri, as they come around to the green flag right away. Also out there going to be the 19, I believe it is, of Luke Newton from Farmerburg, Indiana. White flags in the air, only 3 cars out of this group. There was supposed to be 9 total. And throughout the field tonight, scoreboard showing errors on the far end of the racetrack. As they come back around to collect the checker flag, see who's going to turn a fast enough lap time on lap 2. It looks like it might go to Pfeiffer, as Newton back off turn 4 was way up on the top of the racetrack. And Brandon Pfeiffer did have the faster lap 2. So only 3 cars hit the racetrack for the Strong Elevator A-Class wings out of Group 1. There's supposed to be 9 total. Or excuse me, that was Group 2. Lucas Easton was the only one that didn't hit the racetrack. So I believe, barring the 12C coming back out, I believe that will conclude hot laps for tonight. Oh, looks like I have one more car. It'll be the 0. It will be Lucas Easton. Couldn't quite get the wing on fast enough. And so he will finally get that wing on. He'll take a quick session here, see what he can do. Terms lap time wise. He comes around to the green flag, choosing that middle groove around the racetrack, about half a car off the bottom. Back through turns 1 and 2, keeps that line right there. So he picks up the timing line for lap number 1 as he comes back around. White flag for Lucas Easton across the line for not seeing a scoring pickup on him. I don't believe he set a perfectly identical lap time as the last car on the racetrack. So he comes around to the checker flag, see if the scoreboard changes. Doesn't look like it will, so scoreboard didn't quite pick him up there for Lucas Easton out of Tuscola, Illinois. And that, I believe, will now conclude the heat racing for tonight. Not heat racing, hot laps for tonight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our hot laps for tonight. Our heat races will begin in just a couple minutes. But this time we ask that you please rise as you can and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. And to all the veterans that are with us tonight, we thank you for your service and your sacrifice so that we can live free in the greatest nation in the world. Thank you. All right, our first heat race of the evening before we be the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. This is heat race number 1. Your starting lineup will be starting first from Oblong, Illinois, number 55, Trace Mailer. Starting second from Henderson, Kentucky, number 2, Donnie Gentry. Starting third from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 8, Mike Fisher Jr. Let me start that again. Sorry about that, folks. Got this wrong. Starting first from Oblong, Illinois, will be Trace Miller. Starting second from Lebanon, Indiana, is number 5, Gary Cummins. Starting third from Henderson, Kentucky, number 2, Donnie Gentry. Starting fourth from Indianapolis, Indiana, Dan Ingram. And starting fifth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 8, Mike Fisher Jr.
None of the championship contenders in this heat race, both of them in heat race number 2. And of course, pole sitter Trace Mailer, always fast here at Coles County Speedway, sits 8th in points. Didn't show up as much as he probably could have in his Midwest Throwback Sprint car. I think if he would have showed up as much as Scott Plew and Jarrett Thomas did, I feel like he would have been a contender in this championship as well. In fact, I believe he only showed up once, is what my race pass is showing me. Showed up once, took the win, and never came back in a sprint car until tonight. So Trace Mailer going to be looking for win number 2 in that orange 55. So almost everybody gets fired. Still waiting on the 2 of Donnie Gentry to get fired over on turn 4. Then we'll give him a couple laps to build some engine heat before we can get headed on heat race number 1 for these Midwest Throwback Sprint cars.
And the number 2 car, Donnie Gentry from Henderson, Kentucky, is fired and underway, so we'll be getting lined up and ready to go green here in just a moment.
Oh, sounds like we are also waiting on one other car, still waiting on Mike Fisher, the number 8. Track crew trying to figure out where that number 8 machine is, seeing if he's getting ready. Other than that, everybody's pretty much lined up. Gonna have to wait for that 5 to get alongside Trace Mailer. Gary Cummins gonna pull up alongside the 55. And everybody else gets into their correct position. We're gonna wait on the number 8 of Mike Fisher to join us. It looks like live time. He finally came back for us up here in the booth. Finally seeing all 5 cars on us, and he just lost it, as I said that. Unfortunate break for us up here. We're going to try to keep track of this cars as we see Mike Fisher finally being pushed out onto the racetrack. So everybody gets sorted out. Going to give 1 to go this time for this Midwest Throwback Sprint Car field. Here in heat race number 1, they're going to go down into turn 1. Caution lights will extinguish for these Midwest Throwback non-wing sprint cars as they roll off turn number 2, looking for the green flag on the first heat race of the night. Trace Mailer, Gary Cummins, the front row as they approach the start cone. And green flags in the air on Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Heat Race number 1. Down into turn 1. Trace Mailer gets really sideways, almost goes up and over, but he keeps control of that race car, keeps it on all 4s. He'll lead going back into turns 3 and 4. A little bit of contact further back between Dan Ingram and Gary Cummins. Leads with Dan Ingram losing a spot there. He'll fire it back down into turn 1, gets back around Donnie Gentry, takes back his 3rd position as they charge back through turns 3 and 4 and completion of lap number 2. Still that 55, and Trace Mailer well out in front of the field. And he is absolutely pulling away, seeing that pace for that orange 55 once again here at Coles County Speedway. Gary Cummins really sideways off of the corners. There's now sparks flying underneath of Trace Mailer's car. It's going to be something to watch here. There's one car going up over the berm at turn 2. It'll be Dan Ingram able to keep his car rolling in the right direction. No, he's not. He's going to pull down to the infield and not going to risk any more damage on that number 31 machine. Tough break for Dan. Rest of the field rolling back through turns 3 and 4 at the completion of lap number 4. Still that 55 of Trace Mailer out in front. Be right behind him, the 5 of Gary Cummins. Coming to 2 to go this time for that orange 55 as the field spreads out. Nobody's got anything for that orange 55 machine out in front. Coming around back through turns 3 and 4. Got to do it just 2 more times. White flags in the air for Trace Mailer as he charges back into turns 1 and 2. Sparks now flying out from underneath the 55 again as he charges through turns 1 and 2 as he's hard on the brakes back into turn 3. He'll roll easily through turns 3 and 4. Checkered flags for Trace Mailer, who picks up the first Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Heat Race win tonight. Gary Cummins going to bring it home in second. Third's going to go to Donnie Gentry. Fourth going to go to Mike Fisher. And fifth going to go to the only non-finisher of Dan Ingram.
Yes, Trace Miller takes the win, but that car looks extremely tight. It looks to me like the crew's got a little work in front of them to get that car loosened up a little bit for him.
Yeah, absolutely. That car still has a lot of pace in it, but definitely a ill-handling race car for that orange 55 machine tonight as we are approaching heat race number 2 for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars.
And your starting lineup for heat race number 2. Starting first from Hudsonville, Illinois, number 11, Scott Plew. Starting second from Ludlow, Illinois, number 2T, Steve Thomas. Starting third from Paxton, Illinois, number 72, Jarrett Thomas. Starting fourth from Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, number 25E, Brett Morley. And starting fifth from Rensselaer, Indiana, number 4, Scott Hermanson.
So once again, another 8-lap heat race for these Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars that we're going to see headed down into turn 1. Just Jarrett Thomas try to force it 3 wide and try to get as many points as he can here in the first heat race on Scott Plew, who's going to be starting right in front of him. And not only that, right in front of him in points as well, just 32.5 points separating them as they will take the green in heat race number 2. Scott Plew looking to extend that lead at the conclusion of heat race number 2 here tonight. We'll see if Jarrett Thomas gets the elbows out going down into turn 1 and seeing if he could claw some points back here in the heat race. It looks like they were making sure that they were getting the order correct back in the pit area before they sent them out. And now they're finally being pushed out onto the racetrack. Scott Plew's going to roll by 72. Looks like nope, he's going to sit right alongside him before they get push started. Jarrett Thomas going to be the first car fired. He'll start in the 3rd spot here in this second Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Heat Race. It sounds like all 5 cars will get fired. So they're all going to come back to find the 11 of Scott Plew, who's rolling through turn 2. So the field's going to double up. Jarrett Thomas is going to come up towards top of the racetrack. Looks like the 2T of Steve Thomas did not make it out onto the racetrack, so that will put the 2 points leaders on the front row for heat race number 2 here for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. And like I said earlier, who gets the elbows out going into turn 1? Because you know that Jarrett Thomas has won in this championship here at Coles County Speedway. As they're going to come around to the 1 to go signal this time. Still that front row, this time being made up of Scott Plew and Jarrett Thomas. Steve Thomas did back out of the race. So caution lights extinguished as the field heads towards 1. And with that, the scoreboard comes to life as well as the field rolls off of turn number 2. And Scott Plew and Jarrett Thomas, the 2 points leaders in the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Track Championship, are going to head towards the start cone here on heat race number 2. Green flags in the air for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car heat race number 2 down to turn 1. Jarrett Thomas trying to throw it around the outside. Can't complete it there, but looks to the inside back into turns 3 and 4. Backs out of it, headed down there. It's going to scare Scott Plew up the racetrack just a little bit. Can't quite get the car alongside. He'll set back in line in second. And now Scott Plew going to try to do Scott Plew things out in front. As now Jarrett Thomas going to try anything he can. Brent Morley going way wide down into turn 3. Sparks coming out from underneath.
Morley goes up and over, turn 2. That's Brett Morley from Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, over in turn number 1 and 2.
A tough break for him. Looks like he got down towards turn 1, started bicycling a little bit. And that car, he tried to keep it on all fours, couldn't quite do it. Scott Hermanson also getting a piece of it. Looked like he tried to avoid that one, went for a spin himself.
Looked like that 25 car started to turn sideways and looked like he may have caught a rut on his left front that started that bicycling action that he just couldn't recover from. Our safety crew's out there right now checking with him.
I think even if he wants to continue, I don't think he can. I think the left rear tire might be down. Track crew also trying to get the 4 of Scott Hermanson off the berm.
We see him moving around the cockpit of that car, so it looks like a good sign that he is okay. A little bit of a wild ride there for him. But now you know what the underside of a sprint car looks like.
Yeah, I can see him here. That left rear definitely down, so he's not going to be able to continue on in this heat race. Tough break for him. Looks like he had pretty good pace there, though, through those first couple laps.
Bathroom break.
So tough break there for Brent Morley, headed up on the wrecker and back towards the pit area. Looks like Scott Hermanson will be able to continue, just going for a harmless spin down into 1, trying to avoid that.
Looks like this will take a few minutes here as the safety crew's doing some repairs to the fencing up here between 1 and 2. All right, let's give a big round of applause for Brent Morley from Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, in the number 25 car. He's all right, getting his car off the track, and we are under yellow again.
So the field's going to come back together, likely about 3 laps to green here. Nope, we're going to give him 1 to green right here. So we're 2 laps to green when Hermansen hit the line. Now 1 to go as they hit the start line right here. So headed for a single file restart, still with 7 laps to go here in heat race number 2 for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. Scott Plue, the leader, over Jarrett Thomas and Scott Hermansen, who make up the remainder of this Midwest Throwback Sprint Car heat race field as they come through the restart cone. Green flags in the air. Scott Blue's really sideways off turn 4 off that restart. Still a ton of sparks flying up from underneath that number 11 machine. Jarrett Thomas going to be right there on the back bumper. Off of turn number 4, Jarrett Thomas, closest he's been through 1 lap so far. Now Scott Blue, maybe those issues becoming more and more of a problem as those sparks becoming more and more prevalent. We saw the same issue out of the 55 of Trace Mailer in heat race number 1. Now the same issue for Scott Blue as here comes Jarrett Thomas to the outside. He's forced to back out of it off turn 2. Scott Blue trying to keep that car headed in the right direction. The sparks not going away underneath that number 11. As Skylar Manson's coming back through turns 1 and 2. Quite a distance behind these front 2 in front of him. Jarrett Thomas going to have to power in the outside to do it, though. And now those sparks really coming out of that race car. It's definitely impacting the handling of that number 11. It's going to force Jarrett Thomas up towards the outside wall once again. He's forced to back out of it. 2 to go this time for Scott Blue. Back through turns 1 and 2. Jarrett Thomas still unable to get a wheel alongside. He's going to dive underneath at turns 3, it looks like. He can't quite get the car stopped in time. White flags in the air for Scott Blue. He's got a car length advantage down to 1. Jarrett Thomas going to have 1 more shot to try to claw some points back here before heading into the feature later on. Jarrett Thomas on the top, Scott Blue on the bottom. Scott Blue's going to just about hold on for flag to flag here in heat race number 2 for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. Jarrett Thomas definitely looked like he had more of a pace. He does not look happy behind the wheel. That number 72 definitely frustrated with how Scott ran him up towards the outside wall at the end of that one. And then it will be the 4 of Scott Hermansen, who finished in third, excuse me. Brent Morley was the first non-finisher in 4th. And then Steve Thomas did not make the start.
And coming on the track next will be our K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing Division. And your starting lineup is, starting first, from Marshall, Illinois, number 00, Brandon Healy. Starting second, from East Peoria, Illinois, number 17, Molly Day. Starting third, from Dardenne Prairie, Missouri, number 11R, Harrison Robarbs. And starting fourth, from East Peoria, Illinois, number 27, Devin Feger.
Actually, the number 40 tonight is Devin Feger.
What?
And they're coming out right away to the 1 to go signal. And it looks like Devin Feger not going to be among them. Maybe he will. He will be able to join this one. Maybe it's issue for that number 40 machine as he heads down into 1. Going to get that car fired finally up to pace.
And we apologize for that confusion of his car number. On our sheet it shows number 27, but Devin Feger is in fact in the number 40.
Through the start cone they come. Green flags in the air on the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing. Heat race down to turn 1 they charge. Devin Feger picks off third right away on Harrison Robarbs. Molly Day holds second through turns 1 and 2. But out in front, Brendan Healy leads lap number 1. Lap number 1 in the books of this 8-lap heat race once again. Now Molly Day, Devin Feger battling out for second behind race leader Brendan Healy, who's well out in front of the field. He's extending that race lead by a ton now. This looks like Molly Day and the rest of the field just has nothing for him tonight in that 00 machine. Just running a little bit more open on the middle part of the racetrack. Definitely allowing the car to swing out a little bit further than anybody else is. He's got just about the perfect line through turns 1 and 2, it looks like. That's really where he's putting in the time on Molly Day in second. Molly Day trying something very similar in 3 and 4, but she slides just a little bit too far. Loses some time up there in turns 3 and 4, loses a ton over in 1 and 2. As is the rest of the field, is now Devin Feger working underneath Molly Day off turn 4. Doesn't quite get that move to stick. 6 laps down here in the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing Heat Race. As white flags in the air this time for Brendan Healy as they come back through turns 3 and 4. One more time through turns 1 and 2 goes Molly Day. As off turn number 4, it's Brendan Healy taking the checkered flag on the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing Heat Race. Molly Day just about holds on for second over Devin Feger. And then it will be the 11 of Harrison Robard who rounds out in 4th.
And coming up next will be our high caliber graphics junior sprints. We have 10 entries. We're having 2 heat races, 5 cars each race. Your starting lineup for heat number 1. Starting first from Springfield, Illinois, number 2V, Mason Vincent. Starting second from Park Hills, Missouri, number 6, Cruz Parson. Starting third from Farmersburg, Indiana, number 18, Eli Newton. Starting fourth from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Colton Vogel. And starting fifth from Muhammad, Illinois, number 81N, Nolan Leon.
I said it back in the hot laps at 2V. Mason Vincent looked quick. We're going to see if he has that pace as well in the heat race number 1 for the high caliber graphic junior sprints as they approach the start cone. Green flags in the air on the first high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race down to turn 1. They're going to be side by side for the lead. It's going to be Mason Vincent being able to be clear off turn number 2. He's got about a car length advantage over the second place Cruz Parson as they head back through turns 3 and 4. Mason Vincent stacks them up just a little bit. Cruz Parsons looks a little bit quicker as he gets within half a car length of the 2V. Now, big run for Parsons off turn 2. Couldn't quite go anywhere with it. Looks like he lifted just a little bit to give a little bit extra room. And he's all over the back bumper now. The 2V headed back down to turns 1 and 2. He's going to try to get momentum as he rolls off turn number 2. Took a little bit of a higher entry that time. Wasn't enough to try to get alongside of Mason Vincent. Looking to the outside. Not going to look really hard on there to back to turns 1 and 2. Mason Vincent still holding on to the lead for now. Now looking to the inside is that 6 of Cruz Parsons. Can't quite get a wheel alongside. And Mason Vincent still holding on to that lead halfway down in the first high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race. Mason Vincent, Cruz Parsons still battling now as the rest of the field single files out. Cruz Parsons now looks to the inside, has to back out of it. Didn't quite get the exit off turn 4 that they were looking for. And now Mason Vincent still rolling pretty good down on the bottom of the racetrack right around the berm as he comes to 2 to go this time by. We're going to see if Cruz Parsons has anything left in the tank for that 2V. Going to have a big run down off turn 2. Looks like Mason Vincent maybe had a slight issue of some sort. Slowed off turn 2. White flags in the air though for Mason Vincent. One more time around for these front 2. Mason Vincent still out in front. Going to have to go defensive one last time down here in turns 3 and 4. Is Cruz Parsons going to have enough? No, he's not. Mason Vincent takes the first high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race win. The second will go to Cruz Parsons. Third will go to the 14 via Colton Vogel. Eli Newton comes home. 4th and 5th will go to Nolan Leon.
As you can see, the cars are crossing the scales to make sure they're within spec. It's normally the top 3 cars, but it looks like we're all going to take a trip across the scales this time.
Right, just making sure their cars meet minimum weight requirements here at Coles County Speedway.
And while they're crossing the scales, we'll give you the starting lineup for your high caliber graphics junior sprint heat race number 2. Starting first from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 10M, Madison Meany. Starting second from Alton, Illinois, number 1P, Paxton Belchick. Starting third from Festus, Missouri, number 1Z, Xander LaRose. Starting fourth from Dawson, Illinois, number 25B, Case Barnard. And starting fifth from Ashmore, Illinois, number J16, Jasper Hellman. This is your final heat race for the high caliber graphics junior sprints.
And just like the last group, they're going to come out right away to the 1-to-go signal. As the field gets bunched up, the track champion going to be starting at the tail end of the field. See what he can do here in that J16 machine out of Ashmore, Illinois. Caution lights extinguished. As I said earlier, 1-to-go signal given on this. I believe it's another 8-lap heat race. As the field bunches up, heads towards the start cone over in turn 3. Be Madison Meany and Paxton Belchick headed towards the start cone. Green flags in the air on the second high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race. Jasper Hellman already picks one off, headed down into turn 1. Now Jasper Hellman in that J16 looking for third already on Xander LaRose. Sets in line for now as that 10 in. Madison Meany leads lap number 1. Right behind her though, Belchick looking really good. Now gonna have a big run off turn 2. Madison Meany, it's a little bit of a defensive line there up towards the top of the racetrack. And Belchick looks really good. Has definitely more pace than that 10M in front of him. We're going to see if Paxton could get it done. As Jasper Hellman still hounding her all over the rear bumper of the 1Z of Xander LaRose for third. Just like the first heat race, have a heck of a battle out in front as Madison Meany still trying to hold on with 5 laps to go. Here comes Paxton Belchick to the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Contact made. No harm, no foul. As here comes Jasper Hellman as well looking for third. But through goes Paxton to the lead. Is Paxton Belchick out in front and now has the advantage. As now Xander LaRose alongside Madison Meany for second. Meany able to hold on for now. As she'll now set it in line. That one looks really, really fast tonight. That 1P of Paxton Belchick. And now here comes Jasper Hellman with a big move down to turn 3. Gets up on the berm. Almost goes over in that J16 machine. As he tries to make that move stick on Xander LaRose, they get through some lap traffic out in front of him. And it looks like a trouble for that 25B of Barnard coming to a stopover in turn 3 as they just got the white flag. Caution's going to come out. We're going to send the lap back with 1 lap, so we'll have 2 to go on the next restart. A tough break there for Case Barnard, whose car has come to a stopover in turn 3. Going to try and get some assistance getting refired. Hopefully we'll be able to continue on. So with that, the 25B of Case Barnard will pull down to the infield. And that will end his heat race early as the rest of the field comes off turn 4. They've collected the 1-to-go signal this time. Still out in front will be the 1P of Paxton Belchick. Out in front, right behind him, will be the 10M of Madison Meany, who's laying back quite a bit Out behind her will be the 1Z of Xander LaRose, and Jasper Hellman will be restarting in fourth as the points leader and most likely the track champion at the end of the night. Green flags in the air, though, on the second high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race. Down to turn one they go. Jasper Hellman looks to the outside of Xander LaRose for third. Can't quite get a big momentum he really looking for. Going to try it again down here in turns 3 and 4. But white flags in the air this time for Baxton Belchick as he heads down into turns 1 and 2. One more time around, one more time through turns 3 and 4. As he comes back through turn 4 for the final time, it'll be the 1P Paxton Belchick taking the second high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race win. Second place will go to the 10M of Madison Meany. Third goes to Xander LaRose. Fourth, Jasper Hellman, and fifth will go to Case Barnard.
And coming up next will be our King Chassis D2 midgets with 10 entries. We'll have 2 heat races. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1 is starting first from Winder, Georgia, number 4M, Michael Magic. Starting second from Lake St. Louis, Missouri, number 12, Coles County Speedway Zone, Brian Rick. Starting third from Ventura, California, number 97, Jim Jones. Starting fourth from Moraine, Ohio, number 35, Lucas Lemons. And starting fifth from Troy, Ohio, number 11T, Bryce Massengill. This is your King Chassis D2 Midgets heat race number 1. And the cars are on the track.
So just like the Midwest Throwback Sprint cars, going to have to give them a few laps to build engine heat as they roll out onto the racetrack. The command has been given, engines being fired for these D2 midgets as they are going to come together on the front stretch as they each get into their starting positions. Brian Rick going to pull alongside the pole sitter Michael Magic on the front row. So everybody make sure they build enough engine heat for themselves. Still working on getting that number 97 fired of Jim Jones. Looked pretty tight in that number 97 earlier. See if they got that issue fixed, loosened that car up quite. They needed to loosen that car up quite a bit. Hopefully they did do that back in the pit area. So the field's going to come around. They're going to collect the one-to-go signal this time. So once again, it'll be Michael Magic and our own Brian Reck on the front row. Behind them, Jim Jones, Lucas Lemons, and Bryce Mazengill will make up the rest of them as they head towards the caution lights extinguished turn 1. They're going to come off turn 2, head down the backstretch and towards turns 3 and 4 where they can find the start cone on this first King Chassis D2 Midget Heat Race as they head down into turns 3 and 4. Brian got a little bit excited down there. Green flags in the air. Down into turn 1 goes Brian Rick to the lead. He's going to be under pressure right away, though. 3 wide in the middle goes the 35 of Lucas Lemons. That allows Brian Rick to get away. As now come back through turns 3 and 4. Brian Rick leads lap number 1. Seeing if Rick can stay out in front. Just about he will as Michael Magic steps back in line. Here comes the 11T of Bryce Mazengill as this field really tight as they come off turn number 4. Mazengill gets pushed way up to the top of the racetrack. Gets stuck on the top of the rewind. Gets by for second. Looking for the lead on Brian Rick as they come back through turns 3 and 4. Rick can't quite keep it alongside and for 11T machine. Brian Rick going to try to hold back in line, looking back towards the bottom of the racetrack. The car looks like it's a little bit better down in the bottom, especially over in turns 3 and 4. It gets a lot of time gained on that car in front of him. They can't quite get the momentum going to get back to the 11T of Bryce Mazengill, who's just absolutely pulling away from this field tonight here on the first King Chassis D2 Midget Heat Race. Back behind Brian Rick in the third spot, going to be the 35 of Lucas Lemons. Got stuck middle of 3 wide between himself, Brian Rick, and the 4M of Michael Magic. Finds himself in third now as the field comes back off turn number 4, collects the white flag this time. Bryce Mazengill back into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. And off turn 2, down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4. That car looks really good out on the racetrack. Checkered flags out for the 11T of Bryce Mazengill. Brian Rick will just about hold on to second as the 35 of Lucas Lemons got to him. He'll finish third. Fourth goes to Michael Magic. And fifth will go to Jim Jones.
And up next will be our King Chassis D2 Midgets Heat Race number 2. Your starting lineup is starting first from Zanesville, Indiana, number 44 JB, Jacob Boxall. Starting second from Brooksville, Ohio, number 7M, Cole Morgan. Starting third from Fort Wayne, Indiana, number 5M, Cole Sink. Starting fourth from Cincinnati, Ohio, number 11L, Buddy Hallmeyer. And starting fifth from Champaign, Illinois, number 12C, Dominic Bruns. Your King Chassis D2 Midgets Heat Race number 2.
And the command has been given. Drivers starting to get their cars fired up as track crew working on getting all of them fired. Hopefully the 12C of Dominic Bruns has solved his whatever his mechanical issue was earlier tonight. He's tried twice tonight to get that engine fired. Hopefully this third time it will stay fired for Dominic Bruns. Regardless, he'll be the track champion at the end of the night in the King Chassis D2 Midget class. Going to try to get that car fired. It doesn't look good for Dominic Bruns. That car slows to a stop. I'm not thinking that it's going to happen as he comes around, gets pushed around almost in full lap. Now he will be pushed around a full lap. And Dominic Bruns, that car's just not firing at all. Rolls back through turn 2. Gonna maybe give him one more lap, it looks like. See if he can finally get that car fired. He's going to slow it down as he gets back into turns 3 and 4. And that car will not fire. It looks like he will come to a stop here on the front stretch once again, or at least he wants to come to a stop. So it looks like they're going to try a different push truck now, trying to get that 12C fired. Just a tough, tough night for track champion Dominic Bruns. And with that, it looks like tough break for Dominic Brunn's going to be unable to race tonight, at least here in the heat race. They're going to try to figure out whatever mechanical bug they have back in the pit area. But for now, the field comes through to 1 to go signal. Once again, it'll be Jacob Boxell on the front row, Cole Morgan alongside him, and then it'll be Cole Sink and Buddy Hallmeyer, who makes up the rest of them. So caution lights extinguished as the field heads towards the start cone over in turns 3 and 4. Jacob Boxell, Cole Morgan once again the front row. Going to be a great jump for that 44 JB. Down into turn 1 they go. Green flags in the air on heat race number 2 for the King Chassis D2 midgets. Jacob Boxell going to have a great jump off the start. Going to lead lap number 1 by 3 car lengths as he heads back into turns 1 and 2. Cole Morgan's got nothing for him in that number 7M. As he fades a little bit further back, he will continue to fade back as Jacob Boxell goes way wide off turn number 4. That allows Morgan to get right back to him, but I don't think he's going to have the pace to get to him. That car's really sideways off turn 2. Boxell still out in front, trying to hold on to the lead as the battle for third ongoing behind them. As it looks like Cole Sink still able to hold on to third for now over Buddy Hallmeyer. Hallmeyer was able to get alongside off turn 4 last lap, but he won't be anywhere close this time. 4 to go this time for Jacob Boxell, coming to 3 to go. As here comes Morgan on the bottom, able to roll that bottom really good through turns 3 and 4. Sparks flying from underneath Jacob Boxell's car. But no harm, no foul so far. No issues. It really looks like still able to get that car stopped just in time. 2 to go this time for Jacob Boxell as he heads back into turn 1. And now third place will finally go to Hallmeyer, able to finally just about get past Cole Sink over in turns 3 and 4. White flags in the air this time for Jacob Boxell as they come back through turns 3 and 4. Hallmeyer finally going to try to get alongside, try to be clear off turn 2, but checkered flags for Jacob Boxell, taking the King Chassis D2 midget heat race number 2 win. Second place will go to the 7M of Cole Morgan. Third will go to Buddy Hallmeyer, who will just be able to hold on to that third spot on the last lap. Cole Sink finishes in 4th, and Dominic Bruns with mechanical issues did not make the start.
And with that, that concludes the heat races for the King Chassis D2 Midgets class for tonight. Coming up next will be our Patriot Landscape Restricted Micros. We have 9 entries, and we'll have 2 heat races. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first from Streeter, Illinois, number 17, Cole Jones. Starting second from Springfield, Illinois, number 2V, Mason Vincent. Starting third from Maryland Heights, Missouri, number 29, Forrest Holder. Starting fourth from Labadee, Missouri, number 14H, Wyatt Moritz. And starting fifth from Ashmore, Illinois, number 79H, Kinzer Holloway. Your Patriot Landscape Restricted Micros, heat race number 1.
Through the start cone they go. Cole Jones out on the point. It's going to be a messy start, though, as Mason Vincent gets alongside. Can't quite take the lead away as he's really sideways off turn 2. That allows Forrest Holder to try to get alongside as they roll through turns 3 and 4. Not enough down there. Lap number 1 goes to Cole Jones here on the first Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race. One car slow up at the top of turns 1 and 2 to be Wyatt Moritz. He's able to get that car continuing to go in the right direction. That car does not look good. Ill-handling race car in that number 14, it looks like. Still out in front, still Cole Jones. He's pulling away just a little bit every time from Mason Vincent out behind him. Mason Vincent, though, under a ton of pressure from Forrest Holder behind him. Forrest definitely faster than the 2V, and Mason Vincent in front of him looking to take that second spot away as they head back through turns 3 and 4. Off turn 4, still Mason Vincent holding about a car length advantage as they make their way back into turns 1 and 2. That gap erases now. One car really sideways through turns 1 and 2. That'd be the 79H of Kinzer Holloway. Is able to keep that car going in the right direction. We stay green. Still out in front, Cole Jones continuing to extend that lead as he comes to 2 to go this time as he crosses the stripe. But Mason Vincent still under tons of pressure from Forrest Holder behind him. Holder got sideways off turn 4. Had to back way out of it to get the car back under control and loses a bunch of time. But white flags in the air this time for Cole Jones as Holder still sideways off turn 4. Ill-handling race car for him as well. if we can just get through this last couple of turns cleanly, as checkered flags flying for Cole Jones in that number 17, taking the first Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race win. And second place will go to Mason Vincent. In second, third goes to Forrest Holder. Fourth goes to Kinzer Holloway. Fifth will go to Wyatt Morris.
And coming up next will be our second and final heat race for the Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro class. Your starting lineup is starting first from Arlington, Illinois, number 14E, Emerson Kisner. Starting second from Springfield, Illinois, number 1K, Mackenzie Dowler. Starting third from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 71M, Lydia May. And starting fourth from Oakland, Illinois, number 11R, Riley Bonowitz. This is your Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Heat Race number 2.
So 4 cars making up the second Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro 8-lap heat race. And a very good number of cars in this one. Lydia May, of course, multiple feature wins here at Coles County Speedway in this class. It's only her first year racing, too. Picking up 3 wins so far this year, looking for win number 4 after a tough week just 2 weeks ago. Went for a couple flips. She got that car repaired. She's back out here looking to be as competitive as ever. And it looks like, unfortunately, just before we can get this heat race underway, it looks like a little bit of track work needed to be done over there in turns 3 and 4. Working in a spot that they didn't like over there in turn 4, so it's going to be just a short break before we get these second Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros out on the racetrack for heat race number 2. And with that, it looks like the break's over. They're going to sit him out anyway. He's going to work in this track, it looks like. They got the track worked in. They only needed 1 lap, so 1 to go being given right away to these drivers. Seeing 2 of them make it out. See the third, looking for the 4th. Not going to get the 1 to go. Looks like they're going to have to stack it back up. As they're looking for Riley Bonowitz in the 11R. Come on out. She'll make her way out. And she'll roll back to catch up towards the field as the field's over in turn 3. It looks like the 1 to go signal has been given, with Riley hanging back just a little bit. And of course, a newer driver herself. Green flags in the air on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race number 2. Lydia May looking to send it 3 wide for the lead over to turns 1 and 2. Not going to happen. Emerson Kisner going to get sideways. It's going to allow Mackenzie Dowler alongside, as Lydia May's got an ill-handling race car tonight. It looks like she's getting up over the berm all over the racetrack, trying to keep her car headed in the right direction. She just about will be able to get that car finally inside the ballpark, as she will make her way back through turns 3 and 4. In the third spot, still out in front, will be the 1K of Mackenzie Dowler. Started on the outside front row. Now she's out in front with 7 to go here in the second Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race. As now here comes Lydia May for second on Emerson Kisner. Not going to be enough down there. She gets up over the berm again. She's got to keep her car still inside the ballpark. Car looks maybe just a little bit too loose tonight. It's not in really what she's normally used to in that 71 machine. She'll get sideways once again, still trying to get underneath Emerson Kisner. But it's not going to be enough as they come around to the halfway mark. Still 1K, Mackenzie Dowler out in front of the field in the black and silver car, as the battle for second still going on behind her. It's Emerson Kisner still trying to hold on to second as Lydia Makes keeps going up over the berm on entries. A caution's going to come out. Looks like a big chunk of debris over there in turn 3. But also Riley Bonowitz slow off of turn number 2. I believe the caution will be for the debris over in turn 3. So Riley Bonowitz calling it quits, it looks like. Tough break for her. She pulls down to the infield. Looks like that piece of debris may have come off her car, it looks like. As track crew's talking to her. 1 to go signal being given right here for Mackenzie Dowler here in the second Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race. By Mackenzie will be Emerson Kisner and Lydia May, who makes up the remainder of this second Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race field. And through the restart cone they go. Lydia May got a little bit too excited. She'll back off, headed into turns 1 and 2. She definitely got an early jump, but they're going to allow it to stand anyways. White flags coming around this time for the 1K Mackenzie Dowler as everybody falls back in line. Dowler with a big advantage headed down to turns 1 and 2. Lydia May still trying to get her car inside the ballpark. That car still does not look like it's handling well. Checkered flag's going to come in the air this time for the 1K and Mackenzie Dowler taking the Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Heat Race number 2 win. Second will go to the 14E of Emerson Kisner. And third will go to Lydia May. As the 11R of Riley Bonowitz, the only non-finisher out of the second Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature Heat Race field.
Absolutely.
Next, going to be the Division 1 Composite non-wing micros. Have a pair of heat races for them tonight with their 11 entries. So on track now, going to be one of the Midwest Throwback Sprint cars. Looking like they're going to make a quick test session here. Be the number 2, I believe that's Donnie Gentry. Donnie Gentry out of Henderson, Kentucky. Went out there, took half a lap, and heads back to the pit area.
And coming up next is our Division 1 Composite non-wing micros. We have 11 entries. We'll have 2 heat races. And your starting lineup for heat race number 1 will be starting first from Mooresville, Indiana, number 14, Steven Jackson. Starting second from Charleston, Illinois, number 1X, Seth Buell. Starting third from Mooresville, Indiana, number 42J, John Jackson. Starting fourth from Bloomington, Indiana, number 19X, Joe Hitchcock. Starting fifth from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4R, Cameron Romack. And starting sixth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 12, Dawson Wright. Again, this will be your Division 1 Composite non-wing micro heat race number 1.
And here they come out onto the racetrack now. Seth Buell, of course, not in this group. I thought he was. Saw the nose of the black car. There he is, outside front row. Rest of the field doesn't look like they're organized enough to get the 1-to-go signal, so they're going to go around one more time, it looks like. They wanted to give them the 1-to-go signal, but just not organized enough is this first Division 1 Composite non-wing micro heat race field. And it looks like they thought they were ready. It looks like they said we're going anyways. Green flags in the air on the Division 1 Composite Heat Race number 1. Trouble in the back of the half of the pack for Joe Hitchcock coming to a stop. Caution number 1 going to come out, so we're going to stack them up and try it again. So the field's going to double back up, and they're going to get 2 to green this time. Hopefully they cooperate and don't decide to go early on our flagman, John Shipman. So they're getting 1 to go here. They're going to get organized. Off of turn number 4, they're going to come back together with at least a car length of each row. Joe Hitchcock headed to the rear for the cause of caution. As the caution lights extinguish, the front 2 rows look very organized. Third row looking a little messy, but looks like they'll be close enough anyways to send a screen. As it will be Steven Jackson and Seth Buell on the front row. Green flags in the air on this Vision 1 Composite non-wing micro heat race number 1. Excuse me, that was not Steven Jackson on the front row. Steven Jackson also went to the tail. I believe he's a new driver himself. So instead it was John Jackson on the front row. As now Seth Buell going to try to get underneath him for the heat race lead down through turns 1 and 2. Cameron Romack to the outside of Dawson Wright. Not going to be out down there at the end of lap number 2. It looks like Seth Buell still underneath, gets almost alongside, makes a little bit of contact with John Jackson down there on the exit of turn 4. Buell out to the point. Made a big move down there in turns 3 and 4. Our flagman John Shipman looks like he wants to throw the yellow. He's looking at it. He will, in fact, throw the yellow. Caution's out. This looks like it might be for either debris or some fluid on the racetrack up here at the top. Off of turn number 4 as Joe Hitchcock pulls it down to the infield in that 19X. Looks like he's calling it quits here. Will be a chunk of debris. So looks like they'll come around, give him the 1 to go this time. It'll be 6 laps to go. As the 14 of Steven Jackson with an issue as he heads back towards the tail of the field. Maybe got a little bit too far. Caution lights are extinguished. Steven Jackson looks a little bit slower than he would most likely probably want to be, but Seth Buell on the point as he heads towards the restart cone here in heat race number 1 for the Vision 1 Composite non-wing micros. We're back green. Cameron Romack already trying around that outside groove, got up into the cushion, and that car got tight in a hurry. He's going to try to, again, over here in turns 3 and 4, not having it up there. The outside groove just not in line at all so far over in turns 3 and 4. Big cushion down there in turns 1 and 2, it looks like. So they're going to come around to the halfway point. Seth Buell well out in front of the field over John Jackson in second. John Jackson under pressure from Dawson Wright. Dawson Wright seeing if he has anything for that second spot as well as they roll back off turn number 4. Not going to be enough for now. Still sticks about a car length behind that 42J machine of John Jackson. Seth Buell out in front, blue flag being shown to Steven Jackson as he comes off turn number 4 this time. Seth Buell still working that bottom part of the racetrack as he approaches lap traffic with 2 laps to go. Going to have to come around 1 more time. That lap traffic will be a factor. Blue and white going to be shown together. As, looks like miscommunication there for Steven Jackson is going to stack the field up. Nobody loses any position somehow. Seth Buell out in front. John Jackson going to have a shot. Checkered flags in the air. Nobody changes at all. Seth Buell takes the win at the Vision 1 Composite non-wing micro heat race number 1. John Jackson will finish in second. Third goes to Dawson Wright. Fourth goes to Cameron Romack. Fifth will go to Steven Jackson, and the non-finisher was Joe Hitchcock. And Seth Buell going to make sure his car meets the minimum weight requirements as he heads up over the scales.
And coming up next will be our Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros Heat Race number 2. Your starting lineup is, starting first from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4, Wyatt Walters. Starting second from Phoenix, Arizona, number 3, Drew Sherman. Starting third from St. Joseph, Illinois, number 47C, Clay Frederick. Starting fourth from Tuscola, Illinois, number 0, Lucas Easton. And starting fifth from Hammond, Illinois, number 7F, Nolan Bartley. This is your Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race number 2.
Wyatt Walters, Drew Sherman going to approach the start cone over there in turn number 4. To start heat race number 2 for the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros. Trouble right away, and this will be waved off. I don't know if that second row went early, but will be Wyatt Walters and Clay Frederick getting the worst of it. Those were the inside front 2 starters, and now Wyatt Walters stuck at the top of the racetrack. Looks like he can't quite get the car turned enough to get away from the wall. He might need a little bit of assistance getting that car backed up. Looks like he just about will. And he should be able to be back in his front row starting position. So every round, the broadcast just a little bit on WFO TV. And it looks like maybe some sort of mechanical issue for the 4 brought that car to a stop in front of the inside row. And that stacked him up. Wyatt Walters went around. He may have actually been connected with the C47 of Clay Frederick, and maybe the reason he wanted to get that start waved off. So we'll stack him back up again, everybody back into their correct positions. And with that 1 to go signal being given once again for the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race number 2. Once again, it'll be Wyatt Walters and Drew Sherman in the front row. We'll see if we get as best of an attempt this time as we did last time. Clay Frederick going to stay a little bit off the rear bumper this time of Wyatt Walters. Green flags in the air on heat race number 2 for the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros. Down to turn 1. Right away goes the 3 of Drew Sherman out in front. And Nolan Bartley, the points leader, goes through to 3rd as well. Back through turns 1 and 2. Goes from 5th to 3rd just through one corner. That number 7F machine. Now Clay Frederick trying to work to the inside of Lucas Easton for the 4th spot as Wyatt Walters can't do anything but watch Drew Sherman pull away in front of him. Definitely a faster car as that number 3 tonight. Coming to 5 to go this time for that number 3 machine. Drew Sherman well out in front of the field, extending his gap by about 4, 5, 6 car lengths now as they come off turn 2. And that car, without a doubt, definitely the fastest car out there. Wyatt Walters getting that left front wheel up in the air on the corner exit. He's got the car set up just right for Coles County Speedway tonight, but it's not enough as Drew Sherman definitely much quicker than that number 4 machine tonight. Nolan Bartley hanging in there as well, not really closing in on Wyatt in front of him. Might be getting him just a little bit each lap. I don't think it's going to be enough to be there with 2 laps to go. 2 more times around for Drew Sherman as he comes back through one last time through turns 3 and 4, headed down to turns 1 and 2 for the final time as white flags in the air for Drew Sherman. Everybody's got a couple car lengths between each other at the very least as Drew Sherman works back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time off turn 4. Checkered flag for Drew Sherman here in the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race number 2. Wyatt Walters brings it home in 2nd. Nolan Bartley goes from 5th to 3rd. In round to his 3rd place finish here in heat race number 2 on the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros. Clay Frederick 4th, and 5th looks like it will go to Lucas Easton.
And coming up next is our strong elevator A-class wing with 9 entries. We'll have 2 heat races. This will be our final set of heat races for the evening. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1 is starting first from Danville, Illinois, number 88T, Tyler Taylor. Starting second from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 07C, Audra Cowden. Starting third from Chatham, Illinois, number 55J, Cameron Jacobs. Starting fourth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 21V, Danny Vicino. And starting fifth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 10M, Mackenzie Meany. Again, this is your strong elevator A-class wing heat race number 1.
Not quite going to get the one to go this time. Audrey Cowden took a little bit extra time to catch up to the field. And she'll get into her correct starting position.
There's 2 heats. At the end of the second heat, send everybody down to the front of concessions if they want to go out.
Caution lights extinguished as the field heads off turn number 2. Tyler Taylor, Audra Cowden headed for the start cone over in turn number 2. Or turn 4, excuse me. Tyler Taylor brings the field to green here in the first strong elevator A-class wing heat race. He gets a great jump down into turns 1 and 2. Contact made between Cameron Jacobs and Audra Cowden. Cowden with some big damage on the left side of that car. Drops all the way back to last as the field charges back through turns 3 and 4. We complete lap number 1 under green. And now that 10M of Mackenzie Meany gets sideways off turn number 2. That car looks loose on corner exit. Loses a lot of time, especially off of turn number 2. Danny Vicino right there, right behind her in that 4th position, but still out in front. Tyler Taylor's got a very good race car out in front. Still that battle for second. Got 3 cars under a blanket. Cameron Jacobs in that 2nd spot for now. Mackenzie Meany right behind him in the 3rd spot. Mackenzie Meany still looking about half a lane up on the 55J of Cameron Jacobs as Danny Vicino gets to her inside for the 3rd spot. Danny Vicino works back off turn number 4 in that 4th spot. Still looking to take that 3rd spot away. Mackenzie Meany sideways once again in front of the 21 via Danny Vicino. Audrey Cowden pulls it down to the infield, calling her night quits here in heat race number 1 for the strong elevator A-class wing cars. But white flags in the air this time for Tyler Taylor as heavy contact being made in the tail end of the field for second. Back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time will be that 88T of Tyler Taylor taking the first strong elevator A-class wing heat race. Everybody else stays organized. Cameron Jacobs second. Just about able to hold off the 10M of Mackenzie Meany, who finishes in 3rd and 4th. We'll go to Danny Vicino, and the non-finisher was Audrey Cowden, who pulled in just a few laps short of the completion of heat race number 1 here in the strong elevator A-class wing.
And up next is our final heat race of the evening, our strong elevator A-class wing heat race number 2. Your starting lineup is starting first from Dardenne Prairie, Missouri, number 11R, Harrison Robarbs. Starting second from Tuscola, Illinois, number 0, Lucas Easton. Starting third from Livingston, Illinois, number 10B, Braden Pfeiffer. And starting fourth from Farmersburg, Indiana, number 19, Luke Newton. This is your strong elevator A-class wing heat race number 2.
And here they come out onto the racetrack for the second and final strong elevator A-class wing heat race. Also the final heat race of the night. Out comes Harrison Robards. The rest of them going to go try to catch up with him. So far, only seeing 2 cars, still looking for 2 more. Still looking for Lucas Easton and Brendan Pfeiffer. There comes Lucas Easton out on the racetrack. I did believe he had to put a wing on. I believe he was in that last heat race. Or at very least, at least 2 heat races ago. Still waiting on 1 more car, which would be the 10B of Brendan Pfeiffer. Still only seeing 3 cars out on the racetrack. They're calling it here. Brendan Pfeiffer isn't going to make it out on the racetrack. 1 to go signal's been given. As it will be Harrison Robards, Lucas Easton on the front row, Luke Newton joining him alongside out behind them. Green flags in the air on the second strong of their A-class wing heat race. Down to turn 1 they go. Everybody keeps it organized. A little bit of contact made there. 2 cars going around. 1 almost going up and over. Up on 2 wheels goes the 19. No caution as Luke Newton got up on 2 wheels and completed that pass on Lucas Easton, who pulls it down to the infield with an issue. Out in front, Harrison Robards with about a quarter of a lap advantage now over Luke Newton. This should be how they finish. 6 laps to go for that number 11 machine of Harrison Robards back into turns 3 and 4. Keeping that car right along the berm down on the bottom of the racetrack. Luke Newton doing the same as he makes his way back into turns 1 and 2. He goes up to the middle part of the racetrack, seeing if that's going to help him out at all. Harrison still staying down on the bottom. They look about equal. I think Harrison might be still pulling him just a little bit every time. Coming to 3 to go this time for that number 11R Harrison Robards. He's definitely taking it easy in that 11R, knowing he's got a lot of a big advantage here now, almost a straightaway advantage. They come off of turn number 4 this time. It will be a straightaway advantage for Harrison Robards. He comes to 2 to go, looking for white flag this time in that 11R machine. White flags in the air for Harrison Robards, backing into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. And off turn 2, that car looks good, taking it very easy, doesn't need to risk anything as he pulls it back into turns 3 and 4. Checkered flags flying for Harrison Robards. Your second strong emitter A-class wing heat race when Luke Newton finishes in second after being on 2 wheels making a pass. The non-finisher will be Lucas Easton, and Brendan Pfeiffer did not make the start.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our heat races for the evening. We will take an intermission before the features start tonight. But tonight's about you, the fans. Coles County Speedway appreciates each and every one of you for coming out and supporting us this year. That being said, here in a few minutes, all these drivers are going to bring their cars out here onto the track and give you, the fans, the opportunity to go down and meet them. If you will go down the fence line here past the concession stands going north, you'll see a young blonde lady down there at the gate that will let you know when you go in there. She has pins and she has papers down there, so if you want to get any autographs of your favorite drivers, we will provide that for you. Please follow instructions. Stay away from the cars unless you're told to give a permission to touch the cars. Some of them may still be hot, so it could be dangerous. But please, we invite everybody to go down there and have the opportunity to get close to these cars and talk to the drivers. Thank you.
It sounds like it's just about time to head back racing here at Coles County Speedway. First on the docket going to be the Midwest Throwback Sprint cars. They have a couple cars still down there from our intermission experience down in the infield. Head of a 20-lap feature, still the points battle incredibly close between the front two. Came into the night only 32.5 points separated Scott Plew and Jarrett Thomas at the top of the board. Yeah, those two drivers will be battling now for a possible track championship in the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Series here at Coles County Speedway.
Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars staging. We're ready to start. All right, race fans, if you're not already back in your seats, you need to get moving back in because we're getting ready to start. Our first feature tonight will be our Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. They're rolling on the track now. It's time to get the feature started here at Coles County Speedway.
And we've talked about it all night long. Track championships on the line tonight. I've looked back at the last handful of events. The last event with 9 entries in it. 200 points went to the winner. This week with 10 entries, a few extra points being divvied out. So absolutely Jarrett Thomas still in the running for this one. Scott Hermanson might also be in the running after his performance in his heat race. He had to lose not more than 30 points to Scott Plew out in front of him and the points lead to have a shot. But Scott Hermanson basically needs both Scott Plew and Jarrett Thomas to wreck out of this race, and then he has to go win it. We're running through the starting lineup. Trace Mailer from Oblon, Illinois in the 55 is going to start on the pole, and Scott Plew, the points leader from Hudsonville, Illinois in the 11 is going to start alongside him. Gary Cummins from Lebanon, Indiana in the 5 starts third with Jarrett Thomas, who's second in points, in the 72 from Paxton, Illinois, starting outside of row number 2. Donnie Gentry from Henderson, Kentucky in the 2 car starts inside row 3 with Scott Hermanson from Rensselaer, Indiana in the 4 starting outside of row 3. He's also the 3rd place car in the points with a shot. All 3 of the top 3 points leaders starting on the outside rows in the first 3. Mike Fisher from Terre Haute, Indiana in the 8 will start 7th. Brant Morley from Melbourne, Victoria, Australia in the 25V went for a wild ride earlier. He would start 8th if he's out here on the racetrack. I'm not seeing him, so it looks like he's not going to be able to come back out. Dan Ingram from Indianapolis, Indiana in the 31 was scheduled to start 9th. And Steve Thomas from Ludlow, Illinois in the 2T is scheduled to start in 10th. Once again, your Midwest Throwback Sprint Car feature field tonight at Coles County Speedway. The field's going to come back together as they'll get into their starting position. Something you'll see out here tonight at the checkered flag. Our flagman John Shipman will be using a pink and white checkered flag tonight in honor of breast cancer awareness in this October. And with that, the field has doubled up. They're going to be 2 to green this time. Looking for, we're coming around to 2 to green. They're going to get the double cross checkered flag. They're going to wave to you, to fans. Wave back to them as they come across the start line. With 2 to green in this Midwest Throwback Sprint Car feature.
All right, folks, let's give them a big wave. Wait, stand up and yell for your favorite driver. Let's go.
And it's all come down to this good, hard couple months of racing. Now it's all come down to this for these Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. Fireworks firing off on the backstretch as the field's going to come back around through the backstretch. Going to be likely 2 to green this time as these fireworks continue to shoot off on the backstretch on an historic night of racing here at Coles County Speedway. As these Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars come down the backstretch, likely the second to last time before we see a green flag. Looks like our flagman John Shipman is going to send him one more time around. Caution light is not going to extinguish this time. And here it comes, the one to go signal being given to these Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars as they roll their way back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time before we unleash them for green on their final point race event of the year. And they head down to turn 1. The caution lights will extinguish for the final time on an initial start. for these Midwest Throwback Sprint cars. Trace Mailer, a feature win here at Coles County Speedway, looking to go 2 for 2 in these sprint cars as they head towards the start cone over in turn number 4. They've got it all on the line. We'll see what everybody does. Green flags in the air on the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car final event here at Coles County Speedway in 2024. Right away, Scott Blue able to cut off Jarrett Thomas down below him for that second spot. Scott Hermanson dropping way back into the tail end of the field. It looks like he's not going to be a factor in this championship fight. And now Scott Blue, Sparks still flying out from underneath that number 11. If he can't manage this, the championship might just go to Jarrett Thomas here at Coles County Speedway. That's something to watch, that number 11 of Scott Blue. The field stays single file behind them, trying to sort it out. That 5 of Gary Cummins drop back to 4th off the start, let Jarrett Thomas get by him. Now he's under pressure from Donnie Gentry down below him, who took half a lap under intermission to make sure his car was okay. He must have made a huge adjustment on that car. Sparks continuing to fly out that number 11. They come around, they complete lap number 3. It'll be still that 55 machine gets 2 wheels up in the air as Trace Mailer, as he's got sparks flying up underneath his car. Scott's got sparks flying out of his cars, and here comes Jarrett Thomas for second. He's going to need more than second, though, to take the championship win tonight, I believe. He's going to have to go right down there. He only gets really 20 points, a difference between second and third. And he needs a lot more than that. He's looking about 40, maybe 50 points he needs to get on this race. He needs Scott Blue to have a big issue in the closing laps here as we come down to 14 to go here in this first feature of the night with these Midwest Throwback Sprint cars. We've stayed clean and green so far. Dan Ingram and the 5 of Gary Cummins coming together up there in turn 4. No harm, no foul between them. As they drop a little bit further back in the field, Trace Mailer still with a big advantage over the fields. He gets into lap traffic for the first time tonight. Jarrett Thomas still trying around the outside of his championship competitor. Scott Blue out in front of him. And blue flag's been shown to the number 4, Scott Hermanson. He's all but out of this championship fight as he heads back down to turn 1. His 2 championship competitors going to drive on by him as they come back through turns 3 and 4. It looks like this time Scott Blue's car doesn't look as happy in the middle part of the racetrack. It's going to be a big advantage for Jarrett Thomas as he heads back into turn 1. Not quite close enough this time to take a shot. Donnie Gentry there as well. Donnie Gentry slow up at the top of the track off turn number 2, is able to keep that car rolling. We're just past halfway, and Trace Mailer has almost a half a lap advantage over second place Scott Blue. This race seems all but over for that number 55 machine that's out in front. Trace Mailer continuing an amazing race of dominance here tonight so far. Now Scott Blue, that issue appearing to go away from underneath that number 11 machine, now starting to pull an advantage on Jarrett Thomas behind him as they roll back into turns 1 and 2 with 7 laps to go. Jarrett Thomas continuing to fade back. Donnie Gentry coming up on him as well. Now 4 car lengths separate the second and third place cars, the first and second place cars in the championship as Trace Mailer working back around Scott Hermanson once again. Hermanson now going 2 laps down. It's all been over for Scott Hermanson. He needed to win, and it's not going to happen tonight. With just 5 laps to go, he's pretty much in a position. He just needs to not tear up his equipment so he can race it again next year here at Coles County Speedway. It's been a fantastic ride all year long with these Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Series drivers. Absolutely love seeing them every single week out here on the racetrack. Trace Mailer off of turn number 4 now, coming to 3 to go this time. Still a big advantage for the points leader, Scott Blue, over Jarrett Thomas as they lap the third place car in the championship, Scott Hermanson, once again. And it looks like now the advantage for Trace Mailer about almost half a lap, but now he's lost a little bit of it as he worked through lap traffic. He's come to 2 to go this time, looking for the white flag this time as the orange 55 of Trace Mailer off turn 4. White flags in the air for Mailer. He's taking it easy down into turns 1 and 2. Scott Blue with the points lead easily with a huge advantage down into turns 1 and 2. Off of turn number 4, though, it's the 55 of Trace Mailer taking the last Midwest Throwback Sprint Car feature win, but it'll be Scott Blue, and the number 11 is going to take the Coles County Speedway Championship in the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Series. So Trace Mailer wins the race, and the second place finisher, Scott Blue, will win the championship relatively easily. Jarrett Thomas just had nothing for him tonight. He'll finish in third. And man, what a race we had there for a good 15 laps for that championship battle. And it all comes to an end right here as Trace Mailer pulls his car into victory lane, where he'll be joined by our victory lane reporter, Kevin Benz, down there.
All right, everybody, he's up out of his car. Let's give a big round of applause to your Midwest Throwback Sprint car winner, Trace Mailer from Oblong, Illinois. Giving her a little pat. All right, first of all, Trace, congratulations. We always love to see you here at Coles County Speedway, and you seem to have a lot of success no matter what you're driving. Looked like you were pretty tight there through most of the race, pulling the wheels off the ground and clear down the stretch. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I hope the fans enjoyed it because my wife and mother sure don't. But thank you guys for all coming out. Thank you to everybody here at Coles County Speedway. Every time we've been here this year, it's absolutely awesome to see how great this place is doing. I wish I still had a micro that I could drop in and rip with you guys from time to time. But yeah, it's been awesome. Shout out to the track crew, the track prep, everyone with the throwback sprints. We've had a great year. I was really upset after Paragon because I thought I really gave that one away, and if we would have won Paragon, we would have shut out the season. So that was a bit of a heartbreaker, but that's okay. We're back on top.
All right, well, you know you're welcome anytime you want here, anytime you can get in a car of any type here. Do you have any sponsors?
Yeah, thank you to the Woods Event Center and Bar, Cuppy's Paint and Collision, Hill Spreading, Dan, Jason, the whole Metzinger family. They're awesome. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't get to rip this car. My mom, dad, Leslie, Izzy, she's yawning, she's tired. Thank you to everybody. I put in 40 features this year, and they are always behind me no matter what, so I greatly appreciate it.
Excellent. It's always great to have that family support behind you. All right, everybody. Once again, let's give him a big round of applause. Trace Miller, your Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Class winner tonight here at Coles County Speedway.
So as Trace makes his way off the racetrack, went 2 for 2 this year at Coles County Speedway in the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. Coming up next is going to be the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing Class. 4 entries out of these cars tonight. Starting on the pole is going to be the 00 of Brendan Healy from Marshall, Illinois. Starting in second will be the 17 of Molly Day from East Peoria, Illinois. Starting in third will be Devin Feger from East Peoria, Illinois as well in the 40. And starting in fourth will be Harrison Robards from Dardine Perry, Missouri in the 11R. Now, Harrison Robards, I believed earlier that he might have been out of it. I don't think he is now. Looked at the point situation for the last time. 5 cars showed up, 4 cars this time. Harrison finished third and gained 180 points in the feature that night. And he's only came into the night 132.5 points back at Cole Tinsley from Bonnetaria, Missouri. I think Harrison Robards can get there even with a 4th place finish. So I believe Harrison Robards will be the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing Class Track Champion here at Coles County Speedway here in 2024. And out come the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing cars out onto the racetrack for the final time in a feature in a points event at Coles County. Now the caution lights are going to extinguish as they come back around off of turn number 4, and they collect the 1 to go signal. Once again, Brendan Healy, Molly Day, Devin Feger, Harrison Robards making up the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing feature field tonight. Harrison Robards might be the champion at the end of it. Let's go racing with the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing feature. We're green. Molly Day gets way out of shape off the start trying to get around Brendan Healy. Here comes Harrison Robards along the outside of Devin Feger. He gets clear up to third. He most likely wants to finish third to give himself the best chance possible to make sure he does in fact win this track championship this year. And his car not handling well as he fades back way behind Devin Feger, who's going to jump underneath Molly Day down here in turns 3 and 4. Tries to throw the slider. Molly Day backs out of it. Back through turns 1 and 2. Devin Feger up to second. Still Brendan Healy out of Marshall, Illinois, way out in front of the field. And he looks clear, all clear. Nobody's really trying to chase him down. Devin Feger tried everything he can up towards the middle part of the racetrack now, trying to chase him down, but I don't think he's gaining any time. It's awfully close, though, as he's back around the bottom of the racetrack. Looks close, but I don't think he is gaining. Back through turns 1 and 2 with 16 laps to go. Trouble for Brendan Healy. Got up a little bit too high, and here comes Devin Feger on the bottom. Almost making contact off turn number 4 down the front stretch. Devin Feger's there. There is contact as Devin Feger tries to throw the slider. He gets back in line in second. Now trying to dive back around the bottom. Harrison Robards working on Molly Day for third off turn number 4. He gets alongside, looking for that third spot down into turns 1 and 2. He should be able to take this one away. No, he cannot off turn 2. He sets back in line. Harrison Robards back in fourth. Still out in front, Brendan Healy easily out on the point now over Devin Feger. Feger starting to fade back a little bit. Molly Day with an issue off turn number 2, slowed just a little bit. Harrison Robards get right back to the rear bumper for the third spot. Now Sparks coming out from underneath the number 40 machine. Devin Feger out in second. Coming to 11 to go this time for Brendan Healy. Not a factor in this track championship at all. Not even inside the top 10 is Brendan Healy, but he's having himself one heck of a final points night here at Coles County Speedway, rolling back around the top of the racetrack through turns 3 and 4. 10 to go for that 00 machine. Harrison Robards in that 4th spot. I believe he has collected enough points at this point in the night that he will be crowned track champion by the end of it. Still 9 more times around for that 00. Brendan Healy out of Marshall, Illinois, as everybody gets a spread out. Devin Feger no longer tracking him down out in front of him. Brendan Healy now hitting his marks. Car looks really good. Now extending to about half a straightaway advantage for that 00 as he comes to 7 to go this time. Still that battle for third ongoing between Molly Day and Harrison Robards. About a couple car lengths advantage for Molly Day so far. She gets up on the berm over turn 2. Harrison Robards got a big run. He backed out of it on the backstretch going down into turn 3. Doesn't quite take the shot now. The 11R off turn number 4. Backs out of it again as he's hoping Molly Day gets back over that berm again. It gets him a huge run every time. 5 to go for race leader Brendan Healy. Just a few more times around for Brendan Healy. He'll pick up another feature win here at Coles County Speedway. Looks to be his first win of the year. Still looking for win number 1. Is that 00 machine had a tough year so far. A couple DNFs, couple finishes near the tail end of the field, but he's having himself a good day today. And here comes Harrison Robards to the outside of Molly Day. Can't quite get that shot taken away for third. He's still looking on the outside. He knows he needs this third spot to secure that track championship. He's going to power around the outside in turns 1 and 2. Harrison Robards clear for third. Now Molly Day is going to try to fire back around the bottom. Not going to be enough. Coming around to the white flag. Those are 00. Brendan Healy back off turn number 4. White flag. He's got about half a track advantage over Devin Feger as Feger slows coming to the white flag. As that might be a factor in that machine. The 00. Brendan Healy picks up feature win number 1 on the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing feature tonight. His first win of the year. But off turn number 4, it'll be the track champion, Harrison Robards, picking up just enough points to overtake Cole Tinsley from Botany, Missouri. And I believe Harrison Robards from Darting Prairie, Missouri, will be the track champion in the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing class in 2024. And so Brendan Healy going to make his way into Coles County Speedway victory lane for the first time this year. Where he'll be joined once again by our victory lane reporter, Gavin.
Well, buddy.
Way to go, Brandon. Thank you.
All right, folks, he's out of his car. Let's give a big round of applause to Brandon Healy from Marshall, Illinois, your K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Congratulations, Brandon.
Thank you.
Give us a little insight on your run there. For a while there, early in the race, you had a pretty good battle going on with Devin Feger, and then you guys separated yourself and just kind of walked away from him. So what can you tell me about that?
Yeah, I went to the bottom down here, and it just wasn't the move. I was trying to stay out all those ruts, but bottom's too slick. I didn't have a car tight enough for it, so I just sailed it around the top and hoped everything stayed together. I mean, we've had nothing but bad luck this year. Chain problems, you name it. So to see the car stay together for a full race and pull something out means a lot.
Great. What's your plans? Come out next week again?
Yep, we'll be here next weekend, and I can't thank my sponsors enough. Gibson Services, SMC, Hanning Racing Components, Fry Drainage and Excavating. Wouldn't be here without them.
Excellent. You got your crew here with you. Anybody you'd like to recognize there?
Mom and Dad, that's all we got. Me, Mom, and Dad.
Excellent.
So.
Well, it's part of the deal, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, everybody. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to Brandon Healy, your K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
Coming up next, going to be the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints for their feature tonight. 10 entries out of this class, and this championship's all done and dusted. Jasper Hellman with a 515-point advantage over second place. Madison Meany is enough to clinch, well, 2 weeks ago, really, for that number J16 machine. But starting on the pole tonight, it's going to be the 1P of Paxton Belchick from Alton, Illinois, and alongside him will be the 2V of Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois. Starting third in the 6 will be Cruz Parson from Park Hills, Missouri. Starting fourth will be Madison Meany in the 10M from Terre Haute, Indiana. Starting fifth will be Colton Vogel from Buffalo, Illinois in the 14V. Starting sixth will be Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri in the 1Z. Starting seventh will be Nolan Leone from Mahomet, Illinois in the 81N. Starting eighth will be Jasper Hellman from Ashmore, Illinois in the J16. Eli Newton from Farmerburg, Indiana will start ninth in the 18, and rounding out the field in the 10th and final starting position will be Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois in the 25B. Your High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint 15-lap feature field tonight. Jasper Hellman, although the track champion, still looking for win number 1 here in the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint field. Starting from 8th, going to have a long way to go if he can try to catch up and take his first feature win of the year. And out onto the racetrack comes the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints for their 15-lap feature. They're coming across the timing line for the first time as they roll back into turns 1 and 2. 1 to go signal not given. Going to make him go around one more time, it looks like. 1 to go signal being given this time. Looks like one car not being picked up on the scoring monitors. Looks like we finally got that issue sorted out here just before the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature field. And with that, caution lights will extinguish as the field heads down towards 1. And the field works their way off of turn number 4. Remember, it's the front two, Paxton Belchick and Mason Vincent as they approach the start cone. Green flags in the air on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. 15 laps. Mason Vincent goes right out to the point right away. Mason Vincent with a big, big start, and he goes out in front of the field, and he's pulling away rather quickly already from Paxton Belchick in second. Cruz Parsons as well in tow, trying to go through for second. Not going to be enough for now. One car pulling down to the infield. That'll be the 25X of, really the 25B of Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois, ending his night early at the completion of lap number 1. Rest of the field staying relatively organized as trouble over in turn number 2. Caution's going to come out as Eli Newton goes for a harmless spin over in turn number 2. He was sitting right behind the J16 Jasper Hellman, and that car just went around on him over in turn 2. He'll get that car refired, it looks like. And he'll tag back on at the tail end of the field. Or excuse me, that's the 81N of Nolan Leone out of Mahomet, Illinois. He'll tag back in on the tail end of the field. A 1 to go signal already given. Caution lights will extinguish. Mason Vincent looking for another great restart in that 2V. Had a great first one, looking for just as good second one. At 1P of Paxton Belchick looking right behind him. Cruz Parson, who started third, still in third, gets a big jump on the outside. Green flags back in the air on the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Down into 1 goes Mason Vincent with a good size advantage. Colton Vogel almost goes around in turn 2, able to keep that car headed in the right direction. We stay green after a minor amount of contact with Cruz Parson. And now he will be under pressure already for that 4th spot. It's Madison Meany there, looking to the inside, not quite being able to make that move work. And here comes Cruz Parson for second, down into turns 3 and 4. Going to try to make that move stick. Going to have to go defensive down towards 1. If he can try to confirm that move, he will just about do it as there's some contact from behind from Paxton Belchick down into 1. But Cruz Parson moves up to second. Now we'll see if Cruz Parson has anything for race leader Mason Vincent out in front. Mason Vincent has a very good race car tonight, but that gap starting to decrease lap by lap as that number 6 of Cruz Parson really starting to reel him in. 10 to go this time for the high caliber graphic junior sprints. Madison Meany to the inside of Colton Vogel for about the 4th spot. Had to back out of it over on the exit of turn 2. Going to try it again down in turns 3 and 4. Still not making that move stick. It's that number 10 in Madison Meany trying still to get underneath Mason Vogel. It doesn't quite happen. Jasper Hellman got really sideways up there at the top of turn 1. Looks like car almost went over, but Lake will look back out front. Mason Vincent now under pressure from Cruz Parson. Parsons looking to the outside. Backs out of it as he tries to pull a crossover move. Couldn't quite get the nose planted to get the wheels turned and couldn't quite get under him. 7 to go for Mason Vincent this time. Here comes Parsons again to the outside. He's going to try that outside move in 3 and 4. Going to have to maybe try a crossover move. Mason Vincent has to back it down. Still side by side. It'll be Cruz Parsons leading that lap. With the first lap leader outside of Mason Vincent. Not going to be alongside off turn 2 this time. Going to try to get a wheel alongside. Going to try to pull the crossover move off turn 4. Going to just about get it done. Headed back into turn 1. Can't quite stay alongside Mason Vincent. Back to the point with 5 to go. Mason Vincent still well out in front of this field, trying to hold on now as now Cruz Parsons to the inside once again with 4 laps to go as the trouble in the back of the pack. A couple cars getting together. Madison Meany slows to a stop. Caution's going to come out. Mason Vincent just about holds on to the lead. Madison Meany comes to a stop over in turn 2. Some contact had been made with the 1Z of Xander LaRose. And we're going to have to stack them up and do it again with 5 laps remaining in the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Cruz Parsons definitely got the faster race car than Mason Vincent, but it's 5 laps enough to make that move stick. Track crew going to work on trying to get Madison Meany refired over there in turn 2. And she'll be pushed through turn 2 now. See if she takes the hard left-hand turn into the infield. There looks like they want to give him 1 to go. They'll give him 1 to go here as Madison Meany takes the hard left-hand turn to the infield. Her night's done. Tough night for her. She looked like she had some pretty decent pace. 5 laps to go to decide the final points feature in the high caliber graphic junior sprints season. As here we go, Mason Vincent out in front, Cruz Parsons second, third will be Paxton Belchick as they come back to the restart cone. Green flags back in the air on the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature right away. It'll be that 6 of Cruz Parsons getting a little bit of help for Belchick behind him to get a big run down off of turn number 2. Coming to 4 to go this time for Mason Vincent out in front. Going to have to try to make that high side move work again as Cruz Parsons. He's got to set this move up just like he did a few laps ago. 4 more times around this racetrack. And Mason Vincent's got the advantage. Here comes Parsons on the outside. Is he going to be ahead of the line? No, he's not. One more time. He's going to try it again over in turns 3 and 4. 3 to go for Mason Vincent as he tries to hold on to the advantage. Now up towards the outside wall goes Cruz Parsons, still trying that outside line around Mason Vincent. Not ahead of the line. Still that number 2V out in front by literal inches. And here comes Parsons on the outsides. Got a wheel ahead, going to try to cut it off on the bottom. Contacts made, up the racetrack they go. Still side by side of the line, it's still Mason Vincent. 2 to go in this high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Cruz Parsons now steps back in line as now Mason Vincent will collect the white flag this time. Mason Vincent with a decent size advantage as they come back into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Cruz Parsons got to set this up perfectly as the checker flag's waving. Who's it going to be for? Not enough. It's going to be Mason Vincent taking the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature win. Cruz Parsons had a heck of a run there, just couldn't quite get the move to stick along the outside. It's a move we haven't seen stick really all year long, but he definitely tried to make it work there. He almost did, but it's going to be a tough result for him. As the second place will go to the 1P of Paxton Belchick. But Mason Vincent out of Springfield, Illinois, picking up his first win of the year here at Coles County Speedway. Previous finish of 2nd on May 11th. That will absolutely be enough to move Mason Vincent up inside the top 10 in points here at Coles County Speedway in the Track Point Championship. Doesn't mean a whole lot, but definitely something to look out for next year here at Coles County in 2025. But of course, the final points event goes to a first-time winner at Coles County Speedway. Mason Vincent going to go over the scales, make sure his car's over the minimum weight requirements. He'll make the hard left-hand turn into Coles County Speedway victory lane for the first time in his career, and will be joined by, once again, our victory lane reporter, Kevin.
All right, folks, we'll get a big round of applause to Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois, your high caliber graphics junior sprint feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Congratulations, Mason.
Thank you.
That was a heck of a race. You and Cruz Parson had a heck of a battle going on there for a while. Paxton Belchick was up there too, but you were able to hold him off at one time. He got by you, but you got right back. Can you kind of walk me through that, what that was like?
Well, the car was pretty tight, so it would lock up in the corners. So I knew I just had to play the bottom and play it safe to get the win.
Okay, anything special other than that you had to do? You guys are doing a little beating and banging, nothing too bad, but that's part of racing.
Yes. Algeier, Indy Authentics, Bandit, Scott, Parents, and that's it.
That's it?
Yes. And Daniel Robinson.
All right. All right, buddy. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois, your high caliber graphics junior sprint feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. And it's my understanding this is his first feature win at Coles County. And he's going to come back next weekend, correct? All right.
So you see him on the track now as Mason Vincent works off the track. Coming up next, going to be the King Chassis D2 Midgets for their feature. Once again, another championship that's done and dusted, as the second place car has not showed up tonight, neither did the third place car or the fourth place car. So regardless, the championship will go to Dominic Bruns out of Champaign, Illinois. He's got 2 wins on the year, looking for his third one. He's been plagued with car issues all night. Hopefully he's got that solved now, and he can go and try to chase feature win number 3. But starting on the pole is going to be the 11T of Bryce Massengill from Troy, Ohio. And starting alongside him will be the 44 JB of Jacob Boxell from Zanesville, Indiana. Starting third will be Coles County Speedway's own Brian Rick from Lake St. Louis, Missouri in the 12. Starting fourth will be Cole Morgan from Brooksville, Ohio in the 7M. Starting fifth will be Lucas Lemons from Marine, Ohio in the 35. Starting sixth will be Buddy Hallmeyer from Cincinnati, Ohio in the 11L. Starting seventh will be Cole Sink from Fort Wayne, Indiana in the 5M. Starting eighth will be Michael Magic from Winder, Georgia in the 4M. Starting in ninth will be the 97 of Jim Jones from Ventura, California. And starting out in 10th in the final starting position will be the 12C of Dominic Bruns from Champaign, Illinois, who, regardless of if his engine will fire, will be a track champion at the end of the night. Definitely hoping that engine will fire will be Dominic Bruns. So I can see his car going to get rolling down there over in turn 1. Actually, it looks like Brian Rick may not be driving his race car tonight. You can see him out there in one of the Gators rolling through the infield. Unfortunate for that. Looks like they made the driver swap, and it looks like Dominic went into the car that may have been an engine swap or something like that, but Dominic headed it for a complete race tonight. And as you can see down there by the scales, our track owners was scheduled to start third. Brian Rick down there by the scales. He had a great night regardless, had a great heat race, had a great hot lap session for him. Nothing to be ashamed of, but obviously wanted to get Dominic Bruns have his final start here, making sure he secures that championship with enough points, and he'll bring that 12C home with a likely championship. 25 laps for these King Chassis D2 midgets tonight as they double up looking for Bryce Massengill in the 11T. Trying to find him. I see him down there over in turn 1. See the other 11 car down there as well, as the rest of the field works their way up to a couple cars not coming out here. I don't think Jim Jones is out here, so it looks like Brian may be the only car not starting this race. I have to see when they come back across the line, see how many cars gets picked up. And yep, I do see 9 cars have been picked up by timing and scoring, which I'm probably going to lose as soon as we get the green flag. They're going to come to 1 to go this time for the King Chassis D2 midgets. And they're going to work their way off turn number 4. Once again, the front row being Bryce Massengill and Jacob Boxell. Row 2 this time being made up of Cole Morgan and Lucas Lemons. The rest of the field falls in line behind them as everybody moves up 1 position where Brian would be starting. But it'll be Bryce Massengill and Jacob Boxell making their way up towards the start cone over in turn number 4, up to the top of the racetrack. Outside lane went early, but they're going to say we're going to be green anyways. The green flag's in the air on the King Chassis D2 midget feature down into turn 1. The field charges 2 by 2. As they're going to come off turn number 2, get a little bit more organized. A couple cars headed towards the middle to the top side of the racetrack, including the 2 front runners. Down to the bottom come Boxell, trying to throw a slider down there. Doesn't make it work. But he'll set back in line and look to try to make that move again here on lap number 3. Still out in front, that number 11T. Going to hold on to his advantage for now. Bryce Massengill able to hold on. Boxell behind him, and then it'll be that 35 machine of Lucas Lemons started 4th up to 3rd now. This car looks pretty good as well, trying to make some moves forward. There's a couple cars further back in the pack. Dominic Bruns trying to take his engine easy, making sure he secures enough points, staying right behind that number 97 machine of Jim Jones. And now to the inside. No, we won't. Caution's going to fly. I believe this is going to be a debris caution over in turn number 2. So they let him go 5 laps. We'll have 20 laps to go, just like any other feature would be tonight. As the first caution of the King Chassis D2 Mitchells will come out for some debris over in turn number 2. Track crew is going to go over there and collect that chunk of debris. You can see it up at the top side, up by underneath that K1 race gear sign. Yeah, it looks like a wheel cover off one of these cars. Not sure which car is off of. Definitely a wheel cover nonetheless. That somebody would probably prefer to have still on their race car. And they're looking for the 1 to go signal this time. They'll get it. It once again will be Bryce Mazengill on the front, leading the race just over Jacob Boxell. And then right behind them will be the 35 of Lucas Lemons. Also back there will be Cole Morgan in 4th. 5th will be the 5M of Cole Sink, who actually started 7th up to 5th. He's having a good race so far. 21 laps to go in the King Chassis D2 Midget feature. Let's go racing back again. Through the restart cone they come. He really waited on it. Green flags in the air once again on the King Chassis D2 Midget feature as down into turn 1. Everybody stays single file. Couple cars ducking out of line, trying to see if they could try to make a move somewhere. Contact made there between the 7 and the 5 for that 5th spot. They're 3 wide off turn number 4. Everybody keeps it organized. And we stay green. That 5 car, I just mentioned he was having a good race. Cole Sink drops back a bunch of spots. 1 car getting up into the air off turn number 2. That'd be the 4M of Michael Magic, making some magic up there, trying to keep that car inside the racetrack, and he is not having a good handling race car. There's a big bump down there in turn 2. You can see him hitting it every single time. See if he keeps it inside the park this time. Yes, he will off turn number 4. He's going to keep watching that 4M of Michael Magic. See if he hits it again. Nope, looks like he got over it a little bit cleaner this time. But yeah, that spot in the track's going to have to be worked in after this feature. That is, you cannot have that on this racetrack. You see the leaders going over. That's a big bump. All 3 of the 4 or 5 front runners all going over that bump. Almost going over is Jacob Boxell in the 2nd spot. Keeps himself upright, and we stay green. And he's still chasing down race leader Bryce Mazengill out in front of him. Our flagman John Shipman looking over that spot in turn 2 very carefully as the field works through it. Make sure we don't have a car suddenly go upside down. Trouble for the leader. Gets up into the berm, it looks like. And now Jacob Boxell will go through. Bryce Mazengill will drive back into 2nd. Now see if he can do something. Got up into the really almost the marbles up there at the top of the racetrack, up at the Coles Cush, and he has dropped back to 2nd. He's had a good race car so far. Now, what is his race car going to do in traffic as he gets up there, up by the Coles Cush again? He's really trying to reel him back in. They're going to come to 12 to go this time. This time, it'll be for Jacob Boxell in that 44 JB. He's got himself brakes looking a little hot underneath that 44 JB car, but he's keeping it going in the right direction. Dominic Bruns, of course, still going in the right direction as well. He'll definitely clinch the track championship now with 11 to go. Blue flag going to be coming for that number 97 machine very shortly. Jim Jones staying right down on the bottom of the racetrack, and now the leaders both getting up into the cushion up at the top of the racetrack. Now Jacob Boxell going to have to use this slow car as a pick to keep that 11T behind him. Bryce Mazengill sticks right in line behind him, gets way up into the cushion again. They're almost side by side off turn 4. Mazengill almost collects the front stretch wall down here off of turn number 4. He keeps it headed in the right direction as they come back to 8 to go. This time by Jacob Boxell, still getting up into that cushion. That's not a spot he wants to be. There comes the slider. It's going to be a big slider thrown. It doesn't stick as Boxell will stay out in front. Here it comes again. Mazengill throws it in. Heavy contact. Up into the air goes the 44 JB. It will end up upside down. Red flag has been shown. And everybody's going to come to a stop as Jacob Boxell's night will come to an end. He's out of that car quickly, and he is not happy with the 11T of Bryce Mazengill. it sounds like Race Control is going to call this one a racing deal, and it sounds like Bryce Mazengill will retain the lead in that 11T machine after the red flag. And we're back under yellow flag conditions. And everybody will get refired up, and we'll go back for a single file restart with 8 laps to go. Bryce Mazengill will be the leader. So everybody working on getting refired here at Coles County Speedway after a red flag involving the 44 JB of Jacob Boxell. He's out of the car, he's okay. He's a little upset though with the 11T of Bryce Mazengill, who will retain the lead after the red flag. Lucas Lemons will take the second spot, I believe, unless they swap him in the 7M of Cole Morgan. And the rest of the field with 8 laps to go, going to get single filed up here. So we're going to join back up to the main pack. We're going to be looking for the 1 to go signal this time. I'm not sure they're going to get it. There's a couple of these guys trying to sort themselves out and get back into their correct position. Not going to get the 1 to go. And now Race Control is telling the drivers where they need to be. Sounds like they're in the right spot. They're going to give them the 1 to go this time. Everybody got themselves organized into their correct restarting position. And here they come back to the 1 to go signal with 8 laps to go. Coming on this restart, Bryce Mazengill. The 11T going to be the leader on the restart. Behind him will be the 35 of Lucas Lemons. Restarting in third will be the 7M of Cole Morgan. Fourth will be the 4M of Michael Magic. And fifth will be the championship leader, we'll see, of Dominic Bruns. Here they come, though, to the restart cone with 8 laps to go. Bryce Mazengill goes early this time. Green flag's back in the air on the King Chassis D2 midget feature. Down to turn 1 they go. Easy advantage for that 11T for Mazengill as he works his way back through turns 3 and 4. Mazengill way out in front now over this 35. Who almost collects the outside wall once again. Lucas Lemons really trying to get that car to go in the correct direction. Here comes the 7 to the inside. Look into the inside will be Cole Morgan trying to make that move stick for second. Can't make it work for now. Here comes the 4M as well. Michael Magic. He's had himself a great race so far. 5 to go this time for race leader Brian Mazengill. Mazengill got a couple car length advantage over second place Lucas Lemons as they work their way back off turn number 4. 4 to go this time. Field single file. As there's a couple car lengths between every single car. Everybody working their way back through turns 1 and 2 for 4 more times around. They got to go around this historic speedway. Still that number 11T of Bryce Mazengill out in front. Nobody's got anything for him so far. See if Lucas Lemons can get something fired up here in these dying laps of this King Chassis D2 midget feature. 2 to go. Just 2 more times around for that 11T of Bryce Mazengill. He's got a couple car lengths advantage. That gap coming down each lap. Lucas Lemons is coming, but not going to be enough as the white flag's in the air. He's going to take a big move down here in turns 3 and 4. I don't think he's close enough, though. It'll be a big shot. He's going to take it down into turns 3 and 4. He's going to try to get alongside. Not going to be enough. Checkered flags for Bryce Mazengill. He'll be your King Chassis D2 Midget feature winner tonight at Coles County Speedway. Second place is going to go to the 35 of Lucas Lemons. Third looking like it's going to be the 7M of Cole Morgan. And Brian Massagill, in his first start here at Coles County Speedway, going to pick up the feature win in the King Chassis D2 Midgets. And it looks like he took too hard of a left-hand turn, got stuck up there on the entrance to victory lane. He's going to need a little bit of assistance. And Dominic Bruns did secure enough points. He'll take home the track championship in the King Chassis D2 Midgets out of Champaign, Illinois. Jacob Boxell was the next closest car to start tonight. He was way back in 8th. But Bryce Mazengill going to pull into victory lane for the first time here at Coles County Speedway, where once again he'll be joined by our victory lane reporter, Kevin.
All right, everybody's up out of his car. Let's hear for Bryce Mazengill from Troy, Ohio, your King Chassis D2 Midget feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Congratulations, Bryce. Obviously, there was you guys had a good battle going out there. I'll let you walk it through it. How you see it?
Yeah, I don't deserve this. I don't even want it. I wanted to pull in after that. I tested it. I knew the first one wasn't clear. I thought for sure I had it there, but I have no idea how he got there so fast. And yeah, I took him out. I plane wrecked him. I don't want it. I don't deserve it. I'm sorry to him. Hopefully it wasn't too bad damage-wise, but yeah, man, it sucks. I'm sorry.
We appreciate your honesty here, bud. All right, everybody. He's a little down, but he'll be fine. Let's give a big round of applause to Bryce Mazengill, your King Chassis D2 feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
So Bryce Mazengill going to be pushed off the racetrack, a feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Coming up next, going to be the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros for their feature. And once again, another championship. That is all locked up. Tanner Triplett is going to take the championship without even making a start tonight. He'll finish his year points racing-wise with a win in 9 top 5s, 15 top 10s over 18 feature events. 20 laps did tonight's Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro feature. Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois in the 1K. He'll start on pole. Starting in second will be Cole Jones from Streeter, Illinois in the 17. Starting third will be Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois in the 2V, looking to go back-to-back in his features tonight. Emerson Kinzer will start in fourth in the 14 heat at Arlington, Illinois. Fifth will go to Forrest Holder from Maryland Heights, Missouri in the 29. Lydia May in the 71 in at Terre Haute, Indiana starts sixth. Kinzer Halloway from Ashmore, Illinois in the 79H starts seventh. Outside of row number 4 will be Wyatt Moores from Labadie, Missouri in the 14H. And rounding out the field in the ninth and final starting spot will be Riley Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois in the 11R. Once again, your Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature field tonight at Coles County Speedway. 20 laps for these drivers tonight. Of course, the championship already locked up by Tanner Triplett. 532.5 points clear. Mackenzie Dowler in second before they even fired their engines tonight. Of course, Tanner Triplett not here tonight. Normally from Lincoln, Illinois, did not make the journey out in this final points racing event. Obviously, probably preparing his car for the Halloween Clash next week, which we hope everybody will come on back to Coles County next week for that. 2-day event, Friday, Saturday. A couple of drivers will lock in on Friday night into the Saturday night features. But for now, we're coming around to the 1-to-go signal here for the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros. 20 times around this historic racetrack, the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros have left in the points racing events this year. Of course, championship's already locked up by Tanner Triplett out of Lincoln, Illinois. Big congratulations to Tanner. Of course, not with us tonight, but instead, let's go racing with Mackenzie Dowler, Cole Jones on the front row. Here they come through the start cone. They win early. Our flagman doesn't look like he's going to give them the start, and we're going to have to wave them off. We're going to try it again as a couple cars coming to a stop on the front stretch. 14E of Emerson Kisner coming to a stop on the front stretch. Not the cause of the caution, but I think our flagman didn't like that start. So the field's going to go single file through the trouble area, but they will double back up as soon as they get Emerson Kisner's car refired. And Emerson will get her car refired. She'll join back in her starting position, starting fourth. She'll make her way back up there for this 20-lap feature. So one more time around, they're going to have to go. They're getting the 1-to-go signal this time. One to go given to Mackenzie Dowler and Cole Jones on the front row. The rest of the field in tow behind them. And we're going to have ourselves a heck of a battle up here. A lot of really good race cars out in the first 3 rows. And it will be a race to remember with 20 laps once again on this Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature through the start cone. We're green. A little bit of contact further back in the pack. It'll be Lydia May trying to dive down to the bottom of the racetrack as quick as humanly possible. Another car slow off turn 2. 2 cars slow off turn 2, actually. Mason Vincent, one of them. Another one near the tail end of the field, the 79H. We're still not, I don't believe we're green. I think maybe we are green. I can't tell. I believe green flag is in the air. They can't get the green light on. Yeah, there it is. Green light's finally on. 18 laps to go. We're still racing here on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. Mackenzie Dowler out in front. Cole Jones in second. Mason Vincent falls in line in third. The 29 of Forrest Holder up to fourth. Now under pressure from Lydia May for that 4th spot. Of course, the 11R of Riley Bonowitz at the tail end of the field, about to be going a lap down. This is making really only, I believe, her second career start ever in a race car. As here comes Cole Jones to the inside, trying to make that move stick on Mackenzie Dowler. Blue flag's going to be shown to that 11R machine this time. She's going to keep it right down there at the bottom of the racetrack. She's not going to do anything. Trouble for the leader. Mackenzie Dowler slowing up at the top of turn 2. Her car comes to a complete stop, and the caution's going to come out for trouble for the leader with 16 laps to go on this Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. So Riley Bonowitz will stay on the lead lap for now in that number 11R machine. But a very tough break for Mackenzie Dowler as she headed down towards turn 1 on the outside. Her car comes to a stop, and that will hopefully not end her night of racing. So her car definitely had the pace to contend for this win. She was out in front. She looked good. And hopefully they get this car refired. Unfortunately for her, it looks like her car is going to be headed up on the hook. Not what they wanted to see in that number 1K crew. A very tough break for Mackenzie Dowler as her night comes to an end at the completion of lap number 4 on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. So Mackenzie's car now up on the hook, going to be headed towards the infield, where she will likely be watching the rest of this race. One to go, though, being given to the field as they work their way off turn number 4 as Dowler's car gets pulled through the infield. Going to be parked right there in about the middle part of the racetrack. Maybe they're going to send it back towards the pit area. They didn't want him to go. He's going to go anyways. He's going to try to get out of there as quickly as possible. I don't think he's going to get there in time, so we're going to have to wave this one off, it looks like. Maybe not. Cole Jones going to be the leader on the restart on Mason Vincent. We're green on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. Back green. Cole Jones gets a great jump over Mason Vincent as they charge down through turns 1 and 2. Mason Vincent looking to go back-to-back in victory lane tonight. And his 2 entries to the inside of Cole Jones goes to 2V, looking for the lead down into turn 1. He's going to just about take it away. Contacts made between them, but through to the lead goes Mason Vincent for the second time tonight. Mason Vincent looking for win number 2 of the night so far here at Coles County Speedway, having a great run out here tonight. Finished second in his heat race earlier tonight, now leading the way in this Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. 13 laps to go for that 2V machine as he's scooting away from Cole Jones and the rest of the field in tow behind him. Forrest Holder set in line, rolling back into turns 1 and 2. Cole Jones goes sideways from second, and this will bring out the second caution of the night here for the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros. And Cole Jones running in that second spot. We'll go back to 13 laps to go now. Cole Jones in that second spot was looking like he had under a lot of pressure there from behind as that 29 of Forrest Holder got to him. And that car just broke loose, went around. That number 17 goes. But definitely expect him to be able to make a charge, though, late in this race. Mason Vincent will be the leader on the restart behind him, the 29 of Forrest Holder. Another car you got to watch out for. That car in third place, the 71M of Lydia May. Got a couple wins so far on the year in that 71 machine. Had a couple tough weeks in a row at a Terre Haute, Indiana here, but she has really figured it out. She's really stepped it up, and now she's looking to have a great finish tonight. Lydia will be looking for her 4th feature win of the year if she can get it done. 1 to go now, given though to Mason Vincent, who's making his, not quite his restrictor debut. It'll be his 5th start of the year in the restrictor class. Finished second as his highest finish back in May. So Mason Vincent once again going to make his way up towards the restart cone. Has Forrest Holder behind him. Here we go. Green flags back in the air on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. Down into 1 goes the field. And Cole Jones already trying to make moves right away. Makes a little bit of contact with Emerson Kisner back at the tail end of the field. And he's not going to be able to complete that move this lap, it looks like. Nope, he'll get underneath. He will just about be able to pull that move off. Going back down into turn 1 goes Cole Jones up 1 spot off the restart. Now still Mason Vincent out in front. Lydia May starting to work now on Forrest Holder for that 2nd spot. I don't think she's got the car to hang up there with Mason Vincent in this feature tonight. Mason Vincent going to be coming to 10 laps to go this time, halfway to go in the race. Here in this Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature, Cole Jones working to the inside now, the 14H of Wyatt Mortz. Mortz now on the outside, Jones on the inside. Jones making that move into turn 3, slides on up, takes that spot away. Cole Jones picking up another spot off as he's trying to charge his way back through the field. Blue flag's going to be shown very shortly to the tail end of this field. Riley Bonowitz going to get it probably this time as Emerson Kisner comes to a stop. Almost picks up the 11R of Riley Bonowitz as she tried to make that hard left-hand turn onto the infield, and this will bring out a caution. Wow, that was very, very close to disaster. Riley Bonowitz just making only her 2nd start here at Coles County Speedway. Almost ended that one upside down as Emerson Kinzer had to make that hard left-hand turn, trying to not bring out the caution, but that hard left-hand turn does in fact bring out the caution. as they're going to try, I believe, to... Nope, they're going to push her back into the infield. They wanted to push her back to the pit area, but they're actually just going to pull her back. Track crew's talking to her, seeing what they want to do. Mason Vincent will be the leader on the restart with 9 laps to go, however. Right behind him will be the 29 of Forrest Holder. A little bit further back, you'll find the 71M restarting back in third, be Lydia May. Then it'll be the 79H Kinzer Halloway restarting in fourth. Cole Jones will be restarting in fifth after he's starting to charge his way back through the field. He's had a tough time so far passing cars. Sixth on the restart will be the 14H of Wyatt Mortz, and seventh will be the 11R of Riley Bonowitz, who I believe still has not officially gone a lap down, as both cautions that have come out so far have just about kept her from going a single lap down. So 1 to go, this time being given once again. This time, 9 laps to go as the caution lights extinguish as the field works off of turn number 2. Once again, Mason Vincent. Then it'll be Forrest Holder and Lydia May making up the top 3 on this restart. Mason Vincent approaching that restart cone, goes up to the middle of the racetrack. Green flags back in the air on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros down into turn number 1. Mason Vincent, trouble in the back of the pack. Lydia May goes sideways, and there's nowhere for the other cars to go, and yellow flag's going to go right back in the air. Cole Jones had nowhere to go, along with Kinzer Halloway also getting involved there. Lydia May just broke sideways, headed down into turn 2. And nothing that Kinzer Halloway could have done. Absolutely nowhere to go. Race control looking over the left front of the Halloway car. I don't think that car will be able to continue. Took a pretty big hit to the left front. I think Cole Jones will be okay. The front impact was really on that front bumper. I don't think it damaged the car any other way. As, yep, left front tire looks like it's down on the Kinzer Halloway car. He's going to be pushed back to the infield. That'll end his feature night with 9 laps to go. So Cole Jones looks like he might be getting a little bit of help trying to get refired. He is going to try to get refired here. Here comes the push truck trying to push him. He's trying to keep his car headed in the right direction. See if he can get that car fired. As that look at trying to. Looks like luck's not on Cole Jones's side as the field starts to work on by him. Cole Jones still trying to get that engine fired back on that number 17 machine. He's trying everything he can. Sounds like he got it refired. Yes, he did. He's going back, rolling again. Going to tag back in at the tail end of the field. Still 9 laps remain on this Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro feature. Still that 2V and Mason Vincent out in front. Behind him is going to be a hard charging 29 of Forrest Holder. Going to try to make this move work on the restart. Going to be Lydia May restarting third. Fourth will be the 14H of Wyatt Mortz. Fifth will be Riley Bonowitz. And sixth, of course, being Cole Jones. A lot of cars out of this race. 9 entered. Got 6 remaining on the track as Mason Vincent pulls the field back to the restart cone. And we're back green on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro feature. It'll be a great restart for Mason Vincent down into turn 1. Able to very easily clear Forrest Holder. And Lydia May also going to be a couple car lengths back off Holder. Forrest Holder now going to try and chase down Mason Vincent out in front of him. Don't know if there's enough time, though, as Mason Vincent's car looks very, very good. It's easily out in front there. Lydia May gets sideways once again. She's able to collect that one as the 14H of Wyatt Mort's trying to hang on to his car as well. Lydia May still really sideways. That car, maybe they made a little bit of a bad adjustment there on that 71M after the heat races. The car looked tight during the heat races. Now it looks like it's way too loose. She's going to be a non-factor in this one. 5 to go for race leader Mason Vincent, though, looking to go back-to-back tonight on his feature, sweep his night with his entries, as he's got about half a corner advantage over the 29 of Forrest Holder. Still big advantage for that 2V as he starts to approach the lap traffic once again of Riley Bonowitz. Going to come to 3 to go this time. Blue flag's going to be shown to Riley. She's going to keep it right down on the bottom of the racetrack. No, she's going to go around for a spin over in turn number 2. And the caution's going to come out, and she's going to end up being stuck on the berm as she tried to get that car turned around. So caution's back out with just 4 laps to go once again on this Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. So track crew is going to work on getting Riley's car back onto the racetrack and off the berm. Still only 3 cars out. I don't think this will put Riley Bonowitz out of the race. Mason Vincent still going to be out in front on another restart, this time with 4 to go. Track crew still working on getting that 11R of Riley Bonowitz refired. Second place is going to go to the 29 Forrest Holder on the restart. Third is going to be Lydia May. Fourth will be the 14H of Wyatt Mortz. Fifth will be Cole Jones. And, of course, sixth is going to be that 11R of Riley Bonowitz as she rolls back around through turns 3 and 4. Trying to catch back up to the tail end of the field. Field's going to come to 1 to go this time with 4 laps to go in this Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. The caution-filled race so far for Mason Vincent, seeing if he can get this second feature win of the night. Just 4 laps to go. Can he hold off Forrest Holder and Lydia May behind him, as this will be another good restart for him? Will it be through the restart cone? Not as good as the last one, but still good enough. Green flag's back in the air. On the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature, Lydia May got a good restart as well. So did Cole Jones. Jones trying to go around outside of Mortz. Some contact made. No harm, no foul. As it headed up towards the outside wall, Cole Jones able to hold on to his race car. Sitting in 5th right now. Still looking around the 14 for the 4th spot. Able to get easily alongside off turn number 2. Wyatt Mortz has to concede the position. As here comes Cole Jones around the outside. Still trying to power around. Still cannot quite make that move work. But just one more time around for that number 2 via Mason Vincent, looking to pick up his second feature winner of the night. Back down to the turns 1 and 2. Car looks good down there, right around the bottom of the berm. He's got a 5-car length advantage. They come off turn number 2 as they work off turn number 4 for the final time. It's that 2V. Mason Vincent gonna go third. Will go to the 71M of Lydia May. Fourth will go to the 17 of Cole Jones. 5th will be the 14H of Wyatt Mortz. 6th will, of course, be Riley Bonowitz. And the other non-finishers include Emerson Kisner, Kinzer Halloway, and Mackenzie Dowler. So Mason Vincent going to return to victory lane for the second time tonight here at Coles County Speedway. His car is going to go up over the scales, making sure it clears the minimum weight requirements. And he'll make that hard left-hand turn into victory lane here at Coles County Speedway once again. He went from not winning a race at Coles County Speedway to winning 2 in one night. Pretty good night for Mason Vincent. He's going to be joined once again by Kevin down in victory lane.
All right, fans, let's give a big round of applause to Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois, your Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. It's my understanding this is Mason's second race in a restrictor car. Made his dad nervous, but then made him proud, right?
Sir?
Good job, Mason. Congratulations. Looks like you found a nice line out there that you liked, and you just ran a really smooth race.
I honestly didn't find a line. I was just going, so I didn't lose.
So you were pedaling.
Yes.
All right. So second race in a restrictor?
Yes.
You come up from juniors?
Yes.
Okay. Coming back next week?
Yes.
Got any sponsors? Anybody you want to thank?
Daniel Robinson, Algeier, Indy Authentics, and Bandit Shocks.
See, I got a few words out of them there. All right.
And I thank my grandparents, parents, and friends.
All right. All right, everybody. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to Mason Vincent, your Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Coming back next week? Oh, yeah. All right. He'll be back next week.
Had a good night tonight, swept his features. A very good start to his restrictor career for that young man down there in victory lane right now. Coming up next is going to be the Division I Composite Non-Wing Micros. Got a championship battle going on there. Cameron Romack came into the night 142.5 points down to Nolan Bartley. Nolan Bartley will start in front of Cameron Romack this race. Cameron pretty much, I believe, needs to win and have Nolan wreck out to have a shot at this one. Going to be a big time advantage for Nolan Bartley starting in front of that 4R machine tonight. Cameron Romack going to have a long way to go forward if he can try to make his way forward. Starting on the pole for the Division I Composite Non-Wing Micro is going to be the 1X's Seth Buell out of Charleston, Illinois. Alongside him on the front row will be Drew Sherman from Phoenix, Arizona in the 3. Starting inside row 2 will be the 12 of Dawson Wright from Terre Haute, Indiana. Starting outside row number 2 will be the 42J of John Jackson out of Mooresville, Indiana. Starting 5th will be the points leader Nolan Bartley out of Hammond, Illinois in the 7F. The F alongside him will be the 4 of Wyatt Walters from Ashmore, Illinois in the 6th starting position. Starting 7th, the man who's second in points, the 4R, Cameron Romack out of Ashmore, Illinois. Alongside him will be Clay Frederick in the 47C out of St. Joseph, Illinois. Starting in 9th will be Lucas Easton in the 0 from Tuscola, Illinois. And rounding out the top 10 will be Steven Jackson out of Mooresville, Indiana in the 14. And rounding out the Division I Composite Non-Wing Microfield will be Joe Hitchcock out of Bloomington, Indiana in the 19X. So the field's going to work their way down into turn number 1. They're not going to get the one-to-go signal this time. Going to have to go around a couple more times. But the Division I Composite Non-Wing Micro 20-lap feature going to be one for the books as Cameron Romack trying to chase down at 100 and almost 50-point deficit on Nolan Bartley out of Hammond, Illinois tonight. Third place in the championship will go to Clayton Apple as him and the cars behind him did not show. Looked like Harrison Robards was the only car that could pass Clayton for third, but he's elected to not run this class tonight, it looks like. And it looks like one car with an issue pulling down to the infield. It won't be the 7F, so Nolan Bartley still's got a shot at it. Cameron Romack still has a shot at it. I believe that's the 19. Yep, it looks like that is, in fact, the 19X of Joe Hitchcock. Tough break for him. Didn't complete a lap. I believe he completed 2 laps all night, including the hot laps. Just a tough break for him, just like Dominic Bruns had a just tough night of mechanical issues and get this start in the future. But for now, we're 1 to go signal has been given for Seth Buell and Drew Sherman as they come back off of turn number 2 with the caution lights off as they approach the start cone over at turn number 4. See where Seth Buell hits the gas. He's looking for that start cone. He's on it. Green flags in the air on the Vision 1 composite non-wing micro feature. Trouble headed down to turn 1. It's a mess of cars as they try to get it organized. Cameron Romack saw that mess of cars in front of him, backed out of it to try to keep his best chances possible. As now Seth Buell falls back into second as Drew Sherman easily out to the point down into turn number 1. Wyatt Walters to the inside of Nolan Bartley trying to make that move stick. Not quite going to get around him as both front tires will come off the ground off the number 4 machine of Wyatt Walters down into turn 1. Steven Jackson with an issue looks like off into turn 1. Seth Buell still trying to hold on to second for now as here comes John Jackson trying around the outside. Drew Sherman still out on the point. And Drew Sherman's got a very good race car tonight. Don't think anybody's going to have anything for that number 3 machine. The blue flag is going to be shown very shortly to the number 14 of Steven Jackson at the tail end of the field. Yep, here it is. Blue flag shown. He's going to keep it right down to the bottom of the racetrack this time. He gets way on the brakes, so lets him go around him. Caution's going to come out as Dawson Wright goes for a spin over at turn number 4. Caution number 1 comes out with 16 laps to go here on the Vision 1 Composite non-wing micro feature. Of course, just 2 features left to go tonight. This is one of them. After this class will be the A-Class Wings to finish off the night of points racing. Dawson Wright gets off the berm and decides to go up and over it. He get his car back on the racetrack in the right direction. Drew Sherman has the point as he heads back into turn 1. He'll have the point on the restart. Right behind him will be the 1X of Seth Buell. John Jackson III will be restarting in 3rd. Then it'll be the points leader Nolan Bartley as well, restarting in 4th. 5th will be Wyatt Walters. 6th, Clay Frederick. And then the second car in points, Cameron Romack in that 4R machine back in 7th. That's where he started, and that's where he's running. Having a tough night so far. As also back there will be the 0 of Lucas Easton, restarting 8th. 9th going to be the 12W of Dawson Wright. Then, of course, the 10th and final restarting position will be Steven Jackson. 1 to go signal not given. Race control making sure everybody's back in their correct position before we can get back to this restart. It's like Joe Hitchcock climbing out of his car. So race control talking over what's the correct restarting order. Sounds like Wyatt Walters might be headed through to the 4th position as they do go back a single lap. He may have been ahead just before caution came out. Nolan Bartley in that 4th spot trying to hold on to it. These drivers still trying to figure out where they need a restart. Race control's trying to get everybody back set in the order. So it sounds like Nolan Bartley is going to be headed towards the tail end of the field for not obeying race control's directions. So with that 1 to go signal being given this time to race leader Drew Sherman. Right behind him will be the 1X of Seth Buell. John Jackson III going to be restarting in 3rd as well. Wyatt Walters 4th, Clay Frederick 5th. If they finish where they are, I don't believe Cameron Roback can pick up enough points to pass the 7F and Nolan Bartley. Bartley will pick up enough points. I don't think Cameron actually can't get there. But here we go. As they come back to the restart, Drew Sherman goes way up the racetrack. The field was not expecting him to go that high up there. Green flags back in the air on the Division 1 Composite 9-wing micro feature. Down through turns 1 and 2, the field goes. John Jackson will finally clear for second. Clay Frederick gets some tires up on Wyatt Walters, and he'll go for a spin. Cautions back out. We're going to go back to 16 laps to go. So Clay Frederick will head back towards the tail end of the field. The temperature outside continuing to drop down, and started this night at about 79 degrees. As the field comes back to the one to go signals now about 70. Got a 12 mile per hour wind. As once again, Drew Sherman going to be leading on the restart. It'll be Seth Buell in second, John Jackson in third, restarting in third. Still 16 laps to go on this Division 1 Composite 9-wing micro feature. And they're going to come back green. Seth Buell was ready for him this time. Green flags back in the air on the Division 1 Composite 9-wing micro feature. Buell down to the bottom. John Jackson in the third going to try to make that move stick as well. Nolan Bartley gets passed by Dawson Wright. Dawson Wright making some moves. A couple spots off the restart. He's able to easily clear some cars. As Nolan Bartley still trying to go forward, got stuck right behind that zero, Lucas Easton. After getting that penalty, don't believe he has a radio with race control, so obviously the penalty being issued there for not being able to listen to race control. 1X Seth Buell still trying to hold on to that second spot for now as Wyatt Walters to the inside of Cameron Romack. Romack trying that outside. He's going to try to pull the crossover move. Not going to be working enough down there. John Jackson now under pressure from Wyatt Walters. Walters down on the bottom. Can't quite make that move stick. John Jackson the third still keeping it up there on the top side of the racetrack looking for second. And still that the three of Drew Sherman continuing to scoot away from the field. Seth Buell holding on to second for now. John Jackson the third still in line in that second spot. Blue flag being shown once again to the 14 of Steven Jackson as race leader gets on by him. The rest of the field still mostly single file. Still that battle for third ongoing between Wyatt Walters and John Jackson the third. Cameron Romack trying to follow Wyatt Walters through. See if he can pick off that fourth spot off John Jackson, as now Seth Buell's easily able to get on by. He's down to the bottom part of the racetrack. You have to try to slide up here as that 14 is going to stay right on the bottom of the racetrack. Seth Buell got a little bit sideways, head down there to turn one, it looks like. Now Wyatt Walters with an issue, pulls it down to the infield. That'll end his night, as caution's going to come out for Clay Frederick going for a spin over in turn number 2. Looked like Cameron Romack had lifted a little bit before the caution came out. He'll, of course, regain his position as we go back a lap. So half the race to go still in the Division 1 Composite 9-wing micro feature. It's been the Drew Sherman show all day. Now I can see a chain down there on the front stretch. Track crews pointing to it. Make sure nobody runs over it. Nolan Bartley did, as well as Lucas Easton. Well, looks like no harm, no foul. Didn't look like it damaged anything on those two race cars. Yeah, just a tough break for Wyatt Walters. He was having a good night. Pulls it down to the infield. His night's over with 10 to go in the Division 1 Composite 9-wing micro feature. And with this, the field will come back to the Wendigo signal with 10 laps to go. It's still going to be that three of Drew Sherman out on the point. Seth Buell will set in line right behind him. John Jackson the third will be restarting in third. Cameron Romack fourth. Dawson Wright fifth. The points leader, Nolan Bartley, will be restarting in sixth, as Cameron Romack definitely does not have anywhere near enough positions on that 7F, and Nolan Bartley has his championship now all but locked up, as Drew Sherman brings the field back to the top of the racetrack for the restart. Green flags back in the air on the Division 1 Composite 9-wing micro feature. Cameron Romack got a great restart looking to the inside of John Jackson the third, as Seth Buell trying to set in line as well. Seth Buell now down to the bottom of the racetrack as Drew Sherman ripping the top once again. He's pulling away relatively easily, as he's been doing all night long. Nolan Bartley now setting in line behind Cameron Romack. He'll be clear for 5th as they come back into turns 3 and 4. Nolan Bartley now up into the marbles at the top of the racetrack, up on the cushion. Slows him down a little bit. He'll lose the spot back to Dawson Wright. He'll drop back into 6th. Still coming around to 7 to go. Drew Sherman just no pressure out back. Nolan Bartley goes for a spin, though, as the caution will come back out. It'll be a lot of cautions in this one so far. Yeah, Nolan Bartley going for a spin. I believe it's his first spin of the race. Tough break for him, driving back to the tail end of the field. With this, the field will be coming to the 1-to-go signal this time. Once again, Drew Sherman, Seth Buell, and John Jackson III on the front 3. Cameron Romack will be restarting 4th. It'll be the 12 of Dawson Wright. It'll be 5th. And they'll make up the top 5 as the field will come back to 8 laps to go on this Vision 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro feature. Once again, Drew Sherman up to the top of the racetrack. Once again, the field knows his strategy now. Green flags back in the air on this Vision 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro feature. Seth Buell able to take a shot down there in turns 1 and 2, but it's nowhere near enough. He didn't have anywhere near the same pace as that 3 car. Drew Sherman out in front. As now Seth Buell under a ton of pressure from John Jackson III on his outside. Cameron Romack trying to set in line as well. Romack now to the inside of John Jackson III. As John Jackson III got up on the berm, tried to get around Seth Buell. Just didn't quite work out for him. He'll drop back into 4th as Cameron Romack now looking to the outside of Seth Buell. He'll look to the inside down in turns 1 and 2. Can't quite make that move stick. Can he make it stick off turn 4? Maybe not quite. As now he's definitely alongside Seth Buell, headed down off of turn number 2, alongside down into 3. 4 laps to go for Drew Sherman out in front. Cameron Romack through to 2nd. It's not going to be enough, though, to take home the track championship, as Nolan Bartley also rolled in the top with him, up right behind him, just a car behind him now. Nolan Bartley just about squeezes in line on John Jackson III. I didn't think there was a car length there between him and Seth Buell, but he just about made his car fit in there. Now he'll clear Seth Buell for the 3rd spot. And just like that, he's right behind Cameron Romack once again. 2 to go, though, for Drew Sherman, who's out in front. As Sherman works off of turn number 2. He's got 2 more times around, 1 more time around now as he collects the white flag as Drew Sherman back into turn 1, working through lap traffic now. They were briefly 3 wide at the tail end of the field. Drew Sherman going to get around the lap traffic relatively easily as he works back off of turn number 4. It's going to be an easy feature win for Drew Sherman, who takes home the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro feature win. Cameron Romack tried everything he could, comes home in 2nd after a 7th place starting position, but it's not going to be enough as Nolan Bartley will come home as the track champion out of Hammond, Illinois in that 7F machine out of this Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro class. 3rd will go to Dawson Wright. 5th will go to the 42J of John Jackson III. As once again, it will be Drew Sherman making his way over the scales. That car will most likely be able to clear the scales relatively easily. And he picks up his first win of the year in this class. He rolls into victory lane for the first time in a non-wing micro. His previous best finish was 3rd on September 14th. A tough year for that number 3 Drew Sherman out of Phoenix, Arizona, but he'll be joined in victory lane by Kevin tonight.
All right, folks, let's give a big round of applause to Drew Sherman from Phoenix, Arizona, your Vision 1 Composites non-wing micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Congratulations, Drew.
Thank you.
Your car looked good. You were very fast, very smooth. I don't really know what more to say. I mean, you just ran a really nice race.
Yeah, my dad gave me a really good car here, and it was a little bit rough, but I was able to get it done, and those restarts were killing me. I saw that dude poking on the inside of me every time, but I thought, I felt really fast off of 4, and I knew we were getting it done after that last restart.
Yeah, every time you got out a little bit there, you were able to put a little bit on them, so kind of keep the competition at bay. So you got any sponsors, any help anybody you want to?
AME Electrical, Temperature Control, my mom, my dad, Ellis Race Cars, my brother, Kane, he's at home, Sunshield Products, everybody that helps. I haven't been to Victory Lane yet this year, so this one feels pretty good.
Oh, cool. How many times do you run here?
I think this is my 4th time running here.
Coming back next week?
No, my dad got inducted in the Hall of Fame, so we're gonna go out to Arizona and celebrate that. But
nice.
I'm happy to get one to show off to everyone back at home.
Excellent, very good. All right, everybody. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to Drew Sherman, your Division I winner here at Coles County Speedway.
Coming up next could be the last feature of the night with the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. One final championship to decide. They came into the night 192.5 points separated by Danny Vecino with the points lead. That gap came down a little bit in the heat races as Harrison Robars closed in. Here's a fun fact out of this group. Out of the top 3 in points, not a single one has recorded a feature win so far in this class at Coles County Speedway this year. Tyler Taylor, the 3rd car in points, 470 points back, basically eliminated out of this one. You need these 2 other drivers to not show the last 2 points events, and they did. We're starting on the pole for this 20-lap feature will be the 19 of Luke Newton out of Farmerburg, Indiana. And starting alongside him will be the man that's 3rd in points, Tyler Taylor out of Danville, Illinois. Will start in 2nd on the 88T, looking for his first win of the year. Harrison Robards from Darting Prairie, Missouri, in the 11R starts 3rd with Cameron Jacobs from Chatham, Illinois, in the 55J starting in 4th. Mackenzie Meany from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the 10M starts inside of row number 3. Danny Vecino in the 21V, also from Terre Haute, Indiana, will start in 6th. Lucas Easton from Tuscola, Illinois, in the 0 starts 7th. Audrey Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the 07C starts 8th. And Brendan Pfeiffer out of Livingston, Illinois, in the 10B will round out the field in the 9th and final starting position. Once again, your Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. 20-lap feature to decide it. As hopefully, as Danny Vecino comes out, he should lock this championship up just by firing his engine and completing a single lap. Or he doesn't even have to complete a lap. He just has to have his car hit the racetrack. So Danny Vecino out of Terre Haute, Indiana, just needs to get his car on the racetrack, and he has picked up a championship here at Coles County Speedway in 2024. So he'll look to pick up this Strong Elevator A-Class Wing Championship. Luke Newton also looking for his first win of the year. Has only showed up twice before tonight in this class. A 10th and 14th place finish in both of those first 2 starts. It's the best start he's had so far this year in this A-Class Wing car. And here they come out onto the racetrack. The Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature going to have at least one, very likely going to have a driver picking up their first win of the year unless Cameron Jacobs could spoil the fun. Oh no, Cameron Jacobs hasn't even won a feature this year in the A-Class Wing cars. The entirety of the top 5 has yet to pick up a win. That extends to 6th. Actually, I believe this extends out to the whole field. And Brandon Pfeiffer, who starts back in last, is the only driver in this field who's won a feature in this car all year long. Took his win back on September 14th. Everybody else still winless on the year in this strong elevator A-class wing. So they're going to come around. They're going to collect the one to go signal. We're pretty much almost guaranteed to have a brand new winner in this A-class field tonight. Caution lights extinguished as the field heads down towards turn one. Luke Newton, Tyler Taylor once again the front row behind them. Harris Strobart, Cameron Jacobs, Mackenzie Meany, Danny Vicino, who's the points leader and should lock up the championship when the green flag drops. Lucas Easton and Audrey Cowden make it up row 4 as the field makes their way through the start cone. Green flags in the air on the strong elevator A-class wing feature. Down into turn 1 goes Luke Newton, and caution's going to come out right away. A couple cars tangled down here on the front stretch. Vicino involved among them. The points leader involved in this accident, but I believe he should anyways lock this one up. I believe Cameron Jacobs, Audrey Cowden also involved. Cameron Jacobs climbing out of his car. And tracker going to work on getting these two cars separated, see if Vicino can continue on. So although we are under yellow flag conditions, the field did come to a stop over in turn number 4. And Shrek Crew is going to work on getting this Cameron Jacobs car and Danny Vicino's car separated. Looks like Audrey Cowden going to be going up on the wrecker as well. Her night comes to an end before we can. Who's going to pull Danny Vicino's car out, front wing a little bit damaged. But other than that, the car looks mostly okay. And it looks like the left front tire is going to be down on Danny Vicino's car. And that will be the end of his night here on the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. I do believe he still locks up the championship regardless. And of course, Cameron Jacobs' car also going to have to be pushed as well down to the infield. Track crew are going to be picking up some debris. Got some pretty big chunks of debris down here up right against the wall. We head back for the restart. Still going to have all 20 laps to go on the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. Cameron Jacobs' car going to be headed back to the pit area. After a tough end on lap number 1 before they even got down to the start line. And the field's back rolling on the Strong Elevator A-Class wing feature. 3 cars out of it in a lap 1 incident, so 6 remain. The one-time feature winner of the year still in this one at 10B, Brendan Pfeiffer. Still at the tail end of the field. He'll go to the outside of row number 3. So give him a pretty good shot to maybe try to fight for this feature win over these next 20 laps. Caution light still on as they're working on getting the Danny Vicino car pushed further back into the infield. They'll come back around to the 1-to-go signal this time. Caution lights will extinguish once again on the Strong Elevator A-Class wing feature. So far 6 minutes down on this feature. And not a lap has been turned as here we go. Luke Newton, Tyler Taylor, the front row, as they make their way towards the start cone off of turn number 4. Green flags in the air once again on the Strong Elevator A-Class wing feature. Got a little bit messy up out the front of the field as Tyler Taylor out in front of the field as he works his way back through turns 3 and 4. The field slides on through there. Brandon Pfeiffer picks up 2 spots off of lap number 1. Luke Newton continuing to drop back. Harrison Robards on his inside. And Luke Newton now getting up into the cushion, and he'll drop another spot now to Brendan Pfeiffer, the one-time feature winner this year, the only driver who's won a feature in this field. Caution's going to come out once again, though, as the 0 comes to a stop on the front stretch. It's Lucas Easton. So we'll have to go back 1 lap. It'll be 19 to go. Only 1 lap is official. But we are headed for a single file restart in the Strong Elevator A-Class wing feature. Brendan Pfeiffer definitely going to be the car to watch. That car's definitely got a lot of pace in it. Didn't really see it in the heat race. I believe he did not finish his heat race. In fact, he didn't even start his heat race. But definitely a lot of pace underneath the hood of that 10B car out of Livingston, Illinois. 1 to go given this time. And these front 2 runners going to have to watch behind them as that 10B definitely got a lot of pace. 5 cars remain as Lucas Easton's pushed into the infield. Half the cars out of this one with only 1 lap officially in the books. 19 laps to go for the Strong Elevator A-Class wing feature. Tyler Taylor going to bring the field to the top of the racetrack. Harrison Robards right behind him. Green flags back in the air on the Strong Elevator A-Class wing feature. Down into turn 1, Tyler Taylor's got a couple car length advantage as Luke Newton goes around the outside of Brendan Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer fights back down on the bottom, still hanging on to 3rd. Gets to the inside of Harrison Robards. Don't think that was the plan for the driver of the 10B, but he got there anyways. Now Tyler Taylor going to have to try to hit his marks, try to pull away from Harrison Robards behind him, as Harrison Robards definitely holding up the 10B of Brendan Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer alongside down into 1. Takes that 2nd spot away on that lap. He'll definitely pull ahead down here off of turn number 2. And now Tyler Taylor's got to watch behind him because he's got a very fast race car behind him for the next 17 laps. So 16 more times around this historic speedway for that number 88 T of Tyler Taylor. He's 3rd in points. That's about where he's going to finish. Nowhere else I believe he can finish. Cannot catch Harrison Robards out in front of him, almost 300 points behind him. He would like to end this year on a win. He'd be the only driver inside the top 3 with a feature win in points. 14 laps to go for Tyler Taylor. Brendan Pfeiffer definitely closing in as Harrison Robards drop it back as Luke Newton starting to close in on him. Luke Newton gets up over the bump over in turn 2. Looks like Meany got over it as well. Kinsey Meany's car not handling very well, that 10M as she heads off turn number 2. Everybody keeps it off that bump, off of the exit of turn number 2 as field heads back down to the bottom of the racetrack. Now the gap has stabilized for Tyler Taylor. Brendan Pfeiffer lost a little bit off turn 2 that time. Coming to 11 to go for Tyler Taylor this time. Still looking to be the only driver inside the top 3 to pick up a feature win in 2024 out of this class. Tyler Taylor still out in front, 10 to go now. Brendan Pfeiffer now getting backed up to Harrison Robards as Robards now starting to roll his car forward. His car's looking better and better each lap, as I don't think he'll have anything for the race leader, Tyler Taylor, but definitely a car to watch. That 11 R. Harrison Robards having a great race himself tonight, finishing in second in points. He'll pick up his 6th top 5 of the year, 10th top 10 of the year in that 11R machine. Oh, big time smoke coming out of the back end of the 10B. This will bring out a caution, maybe even more, as smoke pours down the front stretch, as that engine on Brendan Pfeiffer's car has expired in a big way. And that car comes to a stop over in turn 2. And we might have to red flag this one, let this smoke clear just a little bit. And wow, definitely not something I expected here on the front stretch. Brendan Pfeiffer's car looked good. That would explain why he suddenly fell off the pace and started dropping back to Harrison Robards. And now Harrison Robards will be up to second, as Tyler Taylor will be the leader on the restart. Luke Newton will be third, as now a 6th car is out of this race. No, excuse me, the 5th car is now out of this race. Still have 4 cars on the racetrack. So track crew is going to work on getting Pfeiffer's car off the racetrack, see if it dropped any fluid anywhere. It definitely would have down the front stretch after that engine let go. I can see maybe a small line of fluid off of turn number 4 down the front stretch. Shouldn't take long to run that in. Looks like it's already mostly run in. So Brendan Pfeiffer's car going to make the trip back to the pit area. Smoke still pouring out of that 10B machine. So 4 cars remain on this strong elevator A-class wing feature. 9 started this one. And it's all going to come down to Tyler Taylor, Harrison Robards, Luke Newton, and Mackenzie Meany to decide it. Brendan Pfeiffer will be the first non-finisher if we stay green in the 5th position. The track crew working on getting some dirt over where the car came to a stop and it dropped all of its fluid. And they're going to ask the drivers to run over that spot where the car came to a stop. Get that spot run in. So we're going to give them maybe 2 more laps before we can send them back green. 2, 3 laps maybe. It looks like track crew says it's good. We're going to give them the 1 to go this time, it looks like. So once again, the front row's still the same. Tyler Taylor and Harrison Robards going to be the front 2. Behind them, the 19 of Luke Newton and the 10M of Mackenzie Meany. Rounding out the top 4, the 4 remaining cars. After that, engine detonation by Brendan Pfeiffer's car. 9 laps to go here in the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. Tyler Taylor brings him back up to the top of the racetrack. Back at the restart cone. Green flags back in the air on the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. Harrison Robards did not get a good restart. Drops back to where Luke Newton is. Luke Newton around the outside as Luke Newton gets a fantastic restart every single time. Just loses the pace a few laps in, though, unfortunately. Harrison Robards able to get right on back through to second. Luke Newton way up onto the cushion over in turn 4. 7 to go for race leader Tyler Taylor. As if either of one of these front two win, we'll have a race winner, or excuse me, a feature winner in the top 3 here at Coles County Speedway. 2024 points for this Strong Editor A-Class Wing group. Tyler Taylor keeping it right around the berm on the bottom of the racetrack. Harrison Robards moved up a lane. He's going to be right on the back bumper of Tyler Taylor this time. Mackenzie Meany goes by for third off turn number 4. Harrison Robards to the outside, gets up on the cushion. Can't quite keep the wheel alongside. They're going to come to 4 laps to go this time. Tyler Taylor going to go defensive down into turn number 1. Up to the high side he goes. Tyler Taylor now on that defensive line as Harrison Robards get up into the dirty air. He moves back down to the bottom. 3 laps to go for Tyler Taylor and that 88T machine. Looking for his first feature win of the year. Keeping the car right on the top of the racetrack. He gets up on the cushion. He's pulling away, though, from Harrison Robards. Robards does not have the pace to keep with him. 2 to go for that 88T. Back into turns 3 and 4 for the second to last time. White flags in the air. Tyler Taylor going to head for the bottom of the racetrack this time down to turns 1 and 2. He's going to take it easy through there. He's got a big, big gap to Harrison Robards behind him. Down on the bottom in 3 and 4. Tyler Taylor takes the final feature win of the night, and he'll take his first feature win in the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing points season. Been a great points season for everybody so far. Taylor picking up his first points win in the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing season to end it. Harrison Robards ends up with second. Third going to Mackenzie Meany. Fourth will go to Luke Newton. And, of course, fifth will go to the first non-finisher, which is the 10B of Brendan Pfeiffer. And Tyler Taylor pulls into victory lane for the first time here at Coles County Speedway here in 2024. At Danville, Illinois, he'll be joined by, once again, our victory lane reporter, Kevin.
All right, he's up and out of his car. Let's give a big round of applause to Tyler Taylor from Danville, Illinois, your Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Nice race, Tyler.
Thank you.
You got the lead there fairly early in the race and was able to hold everybody off after all the restarts and everything. Can you kind of walk me through it?
Yeah, I was watching my friend and my grandma. They were trying to tell me where to go, and I was trying to watch them as best as I can, and they really helped me out there. If I didn't go to the top, I don't think I would have gotten. Harrison was coming pretty good, but I can't thank my sponsors enough for all of this. It's amazing. R&E Construction, RC Management, Curated Luxury Auto, DQ of Marshall, Kirshner Building Centers, then all of my family, Rights Record Service, JMAG, and then all my family, my grandma, my grandpa, my Uncle Steve, and then everybody back home, my mom, my Uncle Jim, my Aunt Kathy, my Aunt Jessie, my Uncle Terry, and my cousins, Sam, Gracie, Veda, and Owen. I can't do it without all of them.
Excellent. You coming back next week?
Oh, hopefully.
All right, come see me again after the race at the field.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, once again, give a big round of applause to Tyler Taylor, your Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. And, folks, please don't forget the Halloween Clash next week, Friday and Saturday. We'll have bounce houses, prizes, all kinds of things going on, costume contests. So please come on back. Back to you, Casey.
Thank you, Kevin. We're just about hit midnight. And the racing has come to an end. The points racing season is over here at Coles County Speedway. Danny Vicino becomes the last crowned champion of the night. It's been a great night of racing. It's been a great season of racing. We've got one more week left to go. Doubleheader nights will be Friday, Saturday night of next week with the Halloween Clash. Make sure you come back here to Coles County Speedway for that. If you can't make it next week, of course, tune in to WFO TV on your favorite Roku device, or you can also tune in on YouTube as well. A big thank you to all the track workers throughout the season. Thank you to all the fans who showed up every single week. And again, we'll see you again next week here at Coles County Speedway.